lighting. That lighting is mildly atrocious. I mean, there's just like a halo of light behind me. Let's...
Oh, I see.
Oh. We love seeing the dingy half of the dorm room that is not being used because my roommate does not exist. Ow! I forgot my knee still hurts. Oh my goodness. I'm making a mess. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The lamp is gonna stay there. Because I just had 3 little things fall to the floor. It's not worth it. Wally! Please.
Wally.
Wally, I'm gonna need you to stay on your fire hydrant, please.
What an odd sentence.
Listen, I have like one of those little Tsum Tsum things of Wally.
Gotcha.
And he comes with a little fire hydrant and a little itty bitty little Eva, and he just fell off of his fire hydrant.
I see.
Like a goober. Anyways, hello. To any of those who are watching this later and are wondering why my crime bag connoisseur Kaylee is not with me. She's on the phone because we're snowed in currently. And if you're wondering why we didn't do this stream like Friday or Saturday or even yesterday, lazy and also doing homework. So we're doing it today. We'll at some point do our streams when we say we will. However, as of right now, that is not this month. Our goal is still to try and finish this book by the end of the month. I'm going to sit here and read until I have completed my goal. And then Friday, we're going to do the same thing. Because classes got canceled today. It is, in fact, Monday the 26th. And our classes got canceled because snow. I don't even know how deep it is. Do we know how deep it is?
I don't know because, like I said,
phenomenal.
I haven't gone outside.
Yeah, I just went outside because I needed to take trash out, and that was an adventure. But we are continuing Project Hail Mary. We are in my dorm this time. And because I don't have a roommate, I am showcasing the empty side of the dorm. If we ignore the few things of mine that are in that corner. Because I have yet to find a home for those things yet. And the window is just straight beaming sunlight.
It looks so ethereal.
Anyways, get cozy, folks. I'm about
to collect my soul.
Huh?
You look like you're coming to collect my soul.
I am coming to collect your soul. To get cozy, folks. Let's do this as I currently try to get cozy. There we go. This is so nice. This is so lovely. This is not lovely. I feel my back aching already. This poor beanbag chair has gone through so much. I might just have to lay against, like, there we go. I'm squishing my poor polar bear. It's okay.
It's okay. Sacrifices must be made.
It's okay. He'll be fine. He's so cozy. He's a perfect cushion. You can barely see my features at all. It's hilarious. This is great. You will never know. Anyways, we're on... Oh, you can barely see that, but that's fine. We're on chapter 4. Let's do this.
Indeed.
I'd forgotten what that one lady's accent sounds like. Because I know it was supposed to be Dutch. I've not looked up what a Dutch accent sounds like, so we're just gonna...
We definitely just made her, like, English.
Yeah, I definitely made her British, but I don't remember how I made it sound, so we're just gonna make up another accent. If it sounds the same, awesome! If it doesn't, shh. It's fine. Are you ready, Kaylee?
I am quite ready.
Okay, let's go. Okay, I think it's time I took a long gosh darned look at these screens. How am I in another solar system? That doesn't even make sense. What star is that anyway? Oh my god, I am so going to die. I hyperventilate for a while. Me too, bro. Me too.
Real.
I remember what I tell my students. If you're upset, take a deep breath, let it out, and count to 10. It dramatically reduced the number of tantrums in my classroom. Good, smart stuff right there. I take a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. This isn't working. I'm going to die. I hold my head in my hands. Oh God, where the heck am I? I scour the monitors for anything I can make sense of. There's no lack of information. There's too much. Each screen has a handy label on the top. Life support, airlock status, engines, robotics, astrophage, generators, centrifuge. Wait a minute. Astrophage? I check the astrophage panel closely. Welcome back to another episode of Natalie not knowing what medical or science things are.
Welcome back to Natalie Reads Words.
I'm doing a better job than you were doing.
Hey, you know.
Even if I didn't know what a catheter was. Remaining 20,906 kilograms. Consumption rate 6.045 G/S, whatever that means.
Whatever that is.
Far more interesting than those numbers is the diagram below them. It shows what I assume is the Hail Mary. My first real overview of what this ship looks like. What we saw at the front was this big with the Beatles at the top, because for some reason this entire book is dedicated to the Beatles. Anyways, the top of the ship is a cylinder with a nose cone at the front. That's a rocket shape if ever I saw one. Judging by the tapered conical walls of the control room, this must be the very front of the ship. Beneath me is the lab. On the diagram, that room is labeled lab. Below that is the room I woke up in, the one with my dead friends. I sniffle and wipe away a tear. No time for that right now. I put it out of my head and keep looking at the diagram. That room is named dormitory. Okay, so this whole diagram lines up with my experiences. And it's nice to know the official names of things. Brother, it's a dormitory. That's not very revolutionary, if I must say. Underneath the dormitory is a much shorter room, maybe about 1 meter high, named storage. Aha! There must be a panel in the room that I missed. I make a mental note to check that out later. But there's more! Oh my gosh, there's more.
But wait.
There's more. A lot more. Under the storage area, there's an area labeled cable fairing. No idea what that is or why it exists. Me too, bro. Beneath that, the ship fans out, and there appear to be 3 cylinders the same width as my little area. They're all side by side. My guess is they assembled this ship in space, and the largest diameter they could launch was about 4 meters. The trio of cylinders, I'd estimate they're 75% of the total ship's volume, are labeled fuel. The fuel area is broken up into 9 sub-cylinders. Lord, that's a lot of cylinders. I tap one of them out of curiosity, and it brings up a screen for that one fuel bay. It says astrophage, 0.000 kilograms. It also has a button labeled jettison. Sounds familiar. I don't know why. Well, I'm not sure why I'm here or what these things are all about, but I definitely don't want to hit any buttle? It's already begun. Gosh darn it. But I definitely don't want to hit any button labeled jettison. Lock in, Natalie, please. It's probably not as dramatic as it seems. These are fuel tanks. If the fuel has been spent, the ship can ditch the tank and reduce its mass and make the remaining fuel last longer. It's the same reason rockets lifting off from Earth have multiple stages. Interesting that the ship didn't automatically reject it. Let's take it again from the top. Interesting that the ship didn't automatically eject them as they became empty. I dismissed the window and returned to the main ship map. Under each of those large fuel zones is a trapezoidal area labeled spin drive. I've never heard that term before, but since it's in the back of the ship and has the word drive in its name, I assume it's the propulsion system. Spin drive, spin drive. I close my eyes and try to think about it. Nothing happens. I can't call up memories at will. I'm not quite there yet. I peer at the diagram more closely. Why is there 20,000 kilograms of astrophage on this ship? I've got a strong suspicion. It's the fuel. Thank you, because I was about to ask what that even was. Thank you for continuing to read. All of my problems could be solved if I just read. And why not? Astrophage can propel itself with light and has absurd energy storage capability. It had God knows how many billion years of evolution to get good at it. Just like a horse is more energy efficient than a truck. It is. Okay. Astrophage is more energy efficient than a spaceship. That sounds like a very odd like
analogy?
Yeah. Because then again, I guess when I think of truck, I think of the big 18-wheelers.
Oh, I don't. I think of my dad's pickup.
Okay. If I hear truck, I think of them big old boys on the highway.
You think of the 18-wheelers?
Yes. So I was like, why are we putting a horse? Even like the biggest of horses, even like a Clydesdale or like a draft horse would not get up there. But anyways. Okay, that explains why there's a buttload of astrophage on the ship. It's fuel, but why put a diagram of the ship on this screen? That's like putting a blueprint of a car on its gas gauge. Hey, listen, you never know. Interesting, the diagram doesn't really care about the rooms. It doesn't even show what's inside them. Just a label for each one, and that's it. However, the diagram is very focused on the hull and the rear part of the ship. I see red pipes leading from the fuel areas to the spin drives. Okay. Probably how fuel gets to the engines. But I also see the pipes all along the hull of the ship. They cut across the cable fairing area. So the astrophage fuel is mostly in the fuel tank, but also kept in a shell all around the hull. Why do that? Oh, and there are temperature readings all over the place. I guess temperature is important because the readings are every few meters along the hull, and every single one of them reads 96.415 Celsius. That's going to be important. What's the phrase that Mickey Mouse says in the clubhouse?
Oh.
That's a mouse
broad.
It's like a mouse, like a mousecatool. Mystery mousecatool. That's going to be some. He always says something. It's like that's going to
help us later.
Yeah, that's going to help us later. That's our mystery mousecatool. It's 96.415 Celsius. That's going to come into use later. Hey, I know that temperature. I know that exact temperature. What do I know it from? Come on, brain. Come on. Me when I'm in a test.
Real.
Me when I have to take a test. Me in that one math class I had to take in my near 3 years of college.
Me in my stats class.
that you gave up on.
Yeah.
96.415 Celsius read the display. Huh, I said. What is it? Strat said immediately. Oh, it's Dutch lady again.
It's the woman.
It's the trademark the woman. What is it? Alright, Strat said immediately. It was my second day in the lab. Strat still insisted I be the only person to look at astrophage, at least for the time being. She dropped her tablet on the table and came to the observation room window. Something new. Kind of. The ambient temperature of an astrophage is 96.415 degrees Celsius. It's pretty hot, isn't it? That's what she said. Anyways. Yeah. us to Ryan Gosling when we see this movie.
Hey.
I can't get them hotter or colder. Oh wait, I totally missed something. That's pretty hot, isn't it? Yeah, almost the boiling point of water, I said. For anything living on Earth, it would be deadly. But for a thing that's comfortable near the sun, who knows? So what's significant about it? I can't get them hotter or colder. I pointed to the experiment I'd set up in the fume hood. I put some astrophage in ice cold water for an hour. When I pulled them out, they were 96.415 degrees Celsius. And I put some in a lab furnace at 1,000 degrees. Again, after I pulled them out, 96.415 degrees. Strap paste next to the window. Maybe they have extremely good insulation, but that they're tiny! If a tiny little creature has better insulation than my entire dorm, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be phased. I'm gonna be so for real. I thought of that, so I did another experiment. I took an extremely small droplet of water and put a few astrophage in it. After a few hours, the whole droplet was 96.415 degrees. The astrophage heated up the water, so that means heat energy can move out of it. What conclusion can you draw? She asked. I tried to scratch my head, but the vinyl suit got in the way. Rest in peace. Well, we know they have a huge amount of energy stored inside. I'm guessing they use it to maintain body temperature. Same way you and I do. A warm-blooded microorganism. She said, I'm gonna need water in like an hour already. I feel it in my throat. This is the most I've talked in 2 days.
Yep.
She said, I shrugged. Looks that way. Hey, how much longer am I going to be the only person working on this? Until you stop discovering new stuff. Bruh.
Wow.
One guy alone in a lab? That's not how science works. I said, there should be hundreds of people all over the world working on this. You're not alone in that thought, she said. I've had 3 different heads of state call me today. Then let other scientists in on it.
I'm so safe.
This poor man, bro, just taught like elementary school science. And now he's getting roped into this. Rest in
He
peace.
says these are the planets of the solar system, and now you're having him discover new life forms.
Then let other scientists in on it. No. Why not? She looked away for a moment, then back through the window at me. Astrophage is an alien microbe. What if it can affect humans? What if it's deadly? What if hazmat suits and neoprene gloves aren't enough protection? I gasped. Wait a minute. Am I a guinea pig? I'm a guinea pig. No.
It's reminding me of, what is it, Mort? Where it's like, oh, yay, I'm the
Oh, yay, I'm the sacrifice. No, it's not like that, she said. I stared at her. She stared at me. I stared at her. When you looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me. Okay, it's exactly like that. She said, dang it. I said, that's just not cool. Don't be dramatic, she said. Using me as a guinea pig and you tell me not to be dramatic? Ma'am, what? Don't be dramatic, she said. I'm just playing it safe. Imagine what would happen if I said astrophage to the most brilliant minds on the planet and he killed them all. In an instant, we'd lose the very people we need the most right now. I can't risk it. That's diabolical.
She's essentially just saying, like, you're expendable.
That's crazy. To tell the one man that has to figure out what this stuff is. That's wild.
At least, like, pretend you care until it's over.
Exactly. I scowled. This isn't some cheesy movie strut. Well, actually, about that. It's about to be a movie. But
So who's gonna tell him?
Who's gonna tell him? Pathogens evolve slowly over time to attack specific hosts. Astrophage has never even been on Earth before. There's just no way it can infect humans. Besides, it's been a couple of days and I'm not dead. So send it out to the real scientists. You are a real scientist. And you're making progress as fast as anyone else would. There's no point in me risking other lives while you're getting it done on your own. I hate her. Already.
I'm gonna hurt this woman.
Are you kidding me? I said. With a couple hundred minds working on this, we'd make a lot more progress on. Also, most deadly diseases have a minimum of at least 3 days of incubation time. There it is. She walked back to her table and picked up her tablet. The rest of the world will have their turn in time. But for now, it's just you. At least tell me what the hell those things are made of. Then we can talk about giving it to other scientists. She resumed reading her tablet. The conversation was over, and she had ended it by laying down what my students would call a sick burn. Someone get that fire extinguisher for this dude.
Someone get the aloe.
Yeah. Despite my best efforts, I still had no idea what the heck astrophage was made of. They were opaque to every wavelength of light I threw at them. Visible, infrared, ultraviolet, X-ray, microwaves? Bro, put it in a microwave. I even put a few astrophage in a radiation containment vessel and exposed it to the gamma rays emitted by cesium-137. Okay, so he might not get infected by these things, but he might get radiation poisoning.
So he's gonna live a very short life, not just because of the spaceship.
Not just because of this, it's because this lab has everything. I called it the Bruce Banner test. Felt good about that name. Real. Anyway, even gamma couldn't penetrate the little bastards, which is like shooting a .50 caliber round at a sheet of paper and having it bounce off. Dang. It just doesn't make any sense.
That's demotivating.
I bet. Imagine if Dean and Sam ever recounted that. I'm sorry, we love Supernatural. In fact, I have.
Sam go, according to the lore.
According to the lore. In fact, I have. You cannot see it, but I have my jerk bracelet on right now because Kaylee has the bitch one. Because she is the Dean to my Sam.
Yes.
She also has the anti-possession charm because she needs it.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. Okay.
Oh, she sounds like Fred Durst.
Anyways, I sulked back to the microscope. The little dots hung out on the slide where they'd been for hours. This was my control set, the ones I hadn't battered with various light sources. Maybe I'm overthinking this, I muttered. I poked around the lab supplies until I found what I needed. Nano syringes? Okay. They were rare and expensive, but the lab had them. Basically, they were teeny tiny needles, small enough and sharp enough to be used for poking microorganisms. You could pull mitochondria out of a living cell with one of those babies. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. I'm sorry.
The mitochondria, you say?
It's like a sleeper agent in me. Anytime I see the word mitochondria, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Back to the microscope. Okay, you little reprobates? Reprobates? Is that how you say that? Reprobates?
I think so.
I don't know.
I can't imagine it being said another way.
I don't know what he just called them or why he did it, but I'm assuming it's an insult.
Yeah.
Because valid. You're radiation proof, I'll grant you that, but how about I stab you in the face? Valid. Normally, a nanosyringe would be controlled by finely tuned equipment, but I just wanted some stabby time and didn't care about the tool's integrity. Me too. I too want some stabby time. Maybe not with tiny microorganisms that are destroying my planet, but...
Like a rage room.
I grabbed the collet, I guess that's how you say that, where it would normally mount to the control machinery, and brought the needle into view in the microscope. They're called nanosyringes, but they're actually about 15 nanometers wide. Okay, nerd. Still, the needle was tiny compared to the hulking 10-micron astrophage. Only about 1/2 oh no. Only about 1/2000th the width. That singular word gave me a stroke anyways. I poked an astrophage with the needle, and what happened next was nothing I could have expected. First off, the needle penetrated. No doubt on that front. For all its resilience to light and heat, apparently, astrophage was no better at dealing with sharp things than any other cell. The instant I poked a hole in it, the whole cell became translucent. No longer a featureless black dot, but a cell with organelles and everything else a microbiologist like me wants to see. Just like that. It was like flicking a switch. I swear I don't have dyslexia. I just can't read in front of people. I just can't. I'm a performer, I get, but only as far as reading with fun voices. It was, listen, it was like flicking a switch, and then it died. The ruptured cell wall simply gave up the ghost and completely unraveled. The astrophage went from being a cohesive, roundish object to a slowly widening puddle with no outer boundary. I grabbed a normal needle from a nearby shelf and sucked up the goop. Yes! I said, I killed one! Good for you, Strat said without looking up from her tablet. First human to kill an alien, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator. Okay, I know you're trying to be funny, but that predator died by deliberately setting off a bomb. The first human to actually kill a predator was Michael Harrigan, played by Danny Glover in Predator 2.
God, he's a nerd in all types of media.
And he is. That sounds like something we would say, though. We would absolutely
100%.
do that.
We would Anaconda movie.
Oh yeah, we saw Anaconda, the new Anaconda movie with Jack Black and Paul Rudd last weekend. It was fantastic. You should absolutely go see it. It was really dumb and just what we needed after week 1 of classes. It was fantastic. And also, if you want to listen to Jack Black sing Anaconda by Nicki Minaj, there you go. He did a great job. He did a fantastic job.
He did.
She stared at me through the window for a moment, then shook her head and rolled her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm feeling gassy today.
Thanks for sharing with the class.
Shush. All right, listen. They're seeing me in my pajamas. It is what it is. And those crackers, I guess I inhaled too much cracker dust. Point is, I can finally find out what astrophage is made of. Really? She set the tablet down. Killing it did the trick. I think so. It's not black anymore. Light is getting through. Whatever weird effect was blocking it isn't anymore. How did you do it? What killed it? I penetrated the outer cell membrane with a nanosyringe. You poked it with a stick. No, I said. Well, yes, but it was a scientific poke with a very scientific stick. It took you 2 days to think of poking it with a stick. You be quiet.
Why is this us if we were like research partners?
We would. This would absolutely be us if we. It took you 2 days.
2 days
to think of poking it with a stick.
It was a very scientific poke.
With a very scientific stick. I took the needle to the spectroscope and ejected the astrophage goop onto the platform. Then I sealed the chamber and fired up the analysis. I bounced from one foot to the other like a little kid while I waited for the results. Strat craned her neck to watch me. So what's this show doing now? It's the atomic emission spectroscope, I said. I told you about it earlier. It sends X-rays into a sample to excite the atoms, then watches the wavelengths that come back. Didn't work at all when I tried it on the live astrophage, but now that the magic light-stopping properties are gone, things should work like normal. The machine? The machine beeped. All right, here we go. Time to find out what chemicals are in a life form that doesn't use water. I read the LCD screen. It showed all the peaks and the elements they represented. I stared at the screen silently. Well, Strat said. Well, there's carbon and nitrogen, but the vast majority of the sample is hydrogen and oxygen. I sighed and plopped down in the chair next to the machine. The ratio of hydrogen to oxygen is 2-1. What's wrong? She asked. What does that mean? It's water. Astrophage is mostly water. Her mouth fell open. How? How can something that exists on the surface of the sun have water? I shrugged. Probably because it maintains its internal temperature at 96.415 degrees Celsius no matter what's going on outside. What does this all mean? She asked. I put my head in my hands. It means every scientific paper I ever wrote is wrong.
Oh,
That's crazy. Bro just proved himself wrong.
that's so unfortunate.
Well, that's a kick in the pants. That's an understatement. But I wasn't happy in that lab anyway, and they must have brought in smarter people than me because here I am, at another star in a ship powered by astrophage. So why am I the one out here? All I did was prove that my lifelong belief was wrong. I guess I'll remember that part later. Does he want to remember that part, though? Does he really? Dog, I need to burp so bad.
And burp.
That it's not coming out. That's the problem I've been having all this whole time.
Might be.
That's why I said I've been feeling gassy. It's because I need to burp and it's not coming out. Anyways, I guess I'll remember that part later. For now, I want to know what star that is and why we built a ship to bring people here. All important things, to be sure, but right now there's a whole area of the ship that I haven't explored yet. Storage. Maybe I could find something other than a makeshift toga to where I forgot he was still just in a makeshift toga.
God.
I forgot about that.
Bedsheet.
I forgot he was in a bedsheet.
The poor guy.
I climbed down the ladder to the lab, and then farther downward into the dormitory. My friends are still there. He doesn't even know if they're his friends yet.
He doesn't. He's just kind of like.
He's just kind of accepted it. Still dead.
My friend now.
My friend now. Still dead. I try not to look at them. I scan the floor for any hint of an access panel. Nothing. So I get down on my hands and knees and crawl around. Finally, I spot it.
When all else fails.
You just gotta shuffle around the floor like a worm trying to find it. I spot it. A very thin seam marking a square directly under my male crewmate's bunk. I can't even wedge my fingernail into the seam, it's so thin. There were all manners of tools in the lab. I'm sure there's a flathead screwdriver I could use to pry this open. Or, hey computer, open this access panel. Specify aperture to open. I point to the panel. This thing. Open it. This thing right here. Open it. Specify aperture to open. Open aperture to supply room. Unsealing supply room, says the computer. There's a click and the panel rises a couple of inches. A rubber gasket around the seam gets torn apart in the process. I couldn't see it when the panel was closed. Things were that tight. I'm glad I didn't try to pry it open. Would have been a pain in the butt. Yeah, sure. All right, among other things. I pull the remnants of the seal off the panel, and the panel becomes loose in the opening. I jiggle it a bit, jiggle, before figuring out I have to rotate it. Once I rotate it 90 degrees, it detaches and I set it aside. I poke my head into the room below and see a bunch of soft-sided white cubes. I guess that makes sense. Packing stuff in soft containers lets you cram more things into the room. Valid. True. Just as the diagram in the control room said, the storage area is about 1 meter high, completely full of those soft containers. I would have to remove a bunch just to get in there, if I wanted to get in there. I guess I'll have to eventually. Looks a bit claustrophobic, to be honest. Like the crawl space under a house. Ew. I grab the nearest package and pull it up through the opening. The package is held together by Velcro straps. Of all the things you could use to contain things, you choose Velcro?
Especially in space.
In space? Brother. I pull them apart and the container unfolds like a Chinese takeout box. I almost thought it said it was a Chinese takeout box inside. Okay, it folds like a Chinese takeout box. Inside are a bunch of uniforms. Jackpot! Though not really a coincidence, whoever packed this probably did it with careful planning, and they knew the crew would want uniforms as soon as they woke up. Not this guy.
No,
Bro's content walking around naked for a while. So they're in the first bag. There are at least a dozen uniforms in the package. They're each in vacuum-sealed plastic bags. I open one at random. It's a light blue one-piece jumpsuit. Astronaut clothes. The fabric is thin but feels comfortable. On the left shoulder is the Hail Mary mission patch. Same design I saw in the control room. Beneath that is the Chinese flag. The right shoulder has a white patch with a blue chevron triangle surrounded by a wreath design and the letters CNSA. I recognize it immediately, nerd that I am, and he admits it. He admits that he's a nerd. Nerd that I am.
He admitted it!
He admitted it! He said the thing! It's the Chinese National Space Agency logo. There's a name tag over the left breast pocket. It reads Chinese characters that I don't know how to pronounce. The same character I saw in the Hail Mary mission crest. It's pronounced Yao. How do I know? Of course I know. Commander Yao. I hope I'm saying that right. Commander Yao. He was our leader. I can see his face now. Young and striking, eyes full of determination. He understood the severity of the mission and the weight on his shoulders. He was ready for the task. He was stern but reasonable. And you just knew he would give up his life in a second for the mission or his crew. Well, it's kind of already happened, unfortunately. I pull out another uniform, much smaller than the commander's. The mission patch is the same, but there's a Russian flag beneath it. And the right shoulder has a tilted red chevron surrounded by a ring. It's the symbol of Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. The name patch reads various Russian letters. Another name from the crest. This was, Lord, Ilyukina? It's spelled Ilyukina. Ilyukina? I think
That's
it's
my best guess.
Yeah, Ilyukina's uniform. Olesya Ilyukina. Oh, that's a combination. She was hilarious. She could have you laughing your butt off within 30 seconds of meeting you. She just had one of those infectious and jovial personalities. As serious as Yao was, Ilyukina was casual. They butted heads about it from time to time, but even Yao couldn't resist her charms. I remember when he finally broke down and laughed at one of her jokes. You can't be 100% serious forever. I stand up and look to the bodies. No longer a stern commander, no longer a cheerful friend. Just two empty husks that once held souls, but now barely looked human. They deserve more than this. They deserve a burial.
They do.
That's... Mind you, he remembers everything about them, but he still can't remember his mission. Rest in peace, my dude. Rest in peace, my dude. I stand up and look... Oh, wait, I already read that. The container holds multiple outfits for each crew member. I eventually find the ones for me. They are exactly as I assumed they would be. Hail Mary mission patch with the U.S. flag underneath, a NASA logo on the right shoulder, and a name tag that says Grace. I put on my jumpsuit. After more digging in the storage area, I find footwear. They're not shoes, really, just thick socks with rubber soles. Booties with some grip. I guess... I don't know why I giggled. I guess that's all we need for the mission. I put them on as well. Then I go about the grim task of dressing my departed comrades. The jumpsuits don't remotely look the right size on their thin, desiccated bodies. I even put the booties on. Why not? This is our uniform, and a traveler deserves to be buried in uniform. I start with Ilyakina. She weighs almost nothing. I carry her over my shoulder as I climb the ladders all the way to the control room. Once there, I set her on the floor and open the airlock. The spacesuit inside is bulky and in the way. I move it piece by piece into the control room and set it on the pilot's chair. Then I put Elysia into the airlock. He's shooting them out into space. Like the pirate's burial, but instead it's the pirate's burial. It's like sailor's burial, but it's in space, so he's just shooting them out.
Shoot them out to sea, except space.
Except it's space. The airlock controls are self-explanatory. The air pressure inside the airlock and even the outer door are controllable by the panel in the control room. There's even a jettison button. What is jettison? Anyways, I close the door and activate the jettison process. It starts with a buzzing alarm, blinking lights inside the airlock, and a verbal countdown. There are 3 different blinking abort switches inside the airlock. Anyone who finds themselves in there during a jettison can easily cancel it. Once the count... Okay, I guess jettison is just shooting it out of the spaceship or whatever.
Apparently.
Once the countdown finishes, the airlock decompresses to 10% of an atmosphere, according to the readouts. Then it releases the outer door. With a whoosh, Elysia is gone. And with the constantly accelerating ship, the body simply falls away. That's sad. Goodness gracious. Elysia Ilyakina, I say. I don't remember her religion, or if she ever had one. I don't know what she would have said, but at least I will remember her name. I commend your body to the stars. It seems appropriate. Maybe corny, but it makes me feel better. Next, I carry Commander Yao to the airlock. I set him inside, seal it, and jettison his remains in the same way. Yao Li Jie, I say. I don't know how I remembered his given name. It just came to me in the moment. I commend your body to the stars. The airlock cycles, and I am alone. I was alone all along, but now I am truly alone. The sole living human, within several light years, at least. What do I do now? Welcome back, Mr. Grace, said Teresa. The kids all sat in their desks, primed for science class. Thanks, Teresa, I said. How long is this chapter? Bro.
We gotta wait.
There's 4 pages. Lord have mercy, it's almost been an hour. Christ.
Pick up the pace, girl.
I'm trying my best. Michael piped in. The substitute teacher was boring. Well, I'm not, I said. I picked up 4 plastic bins from the corner. Today we're going to look at rocks. Okay, maybe that is a little boring. A chuckle from the kids. You're going to divide into 4 teams, and each team will get a bin. You have to separate the rocks into igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic. First team to finish and get every rock correctly categorized gets beanbags. Can we pick our own teams? Trang said excitedly. No, that just leads to a bunch of drama because children are animals. Horrible, horrible animals. Everyone laughed. Teams will be alphabetical. So the first team is... Abby raised her hand. Mr. Grace, can I ask a question? Sure. What's happening to the sun? Ma'am, you're too young for this. Sit down and look at the rocks. Sit down and look at the rocks. This whole class suddenly grew much more attentive. My dad says it's not a big deal, Michael said. My dad says it's a government conspiracy, said Tamara. No one listen. Stop listening to your dads. That's not actual advice, but stop listening to your dads. Okay, I set the bins down and sat on the edge of my desk. So basically, you know how there's algae in the ocean, right? Well, there's sort of a space algae growing in the sun. Astrophage, said Harrison. I almost slipped off the desk. What? Where did you hear that word? That's what they're calling it now. The president called it that in a speech last night. I had been so isolated in the lab that I didn't even know the president had given a speech. And holy cow. I invented that word for Strat the day before, and that time it got from her to the president to the media. Wow. Okay, yes, astrophage. And it's growing on the sun, or near it. People aren't sure. So what's the problem? Michael asked. Algae in the ocean doesn't hurt us. Why would algae on the sun? I pointed at him. Good question. Thing is, astrophage is starting to absorb a lot of the sun's energy. Well, not a lot, just a tiny percentage. But that means Earth gets a tiny bit less sunlight, and that can cause real problems. So it'll be a little colder, like a degree or two? Abby. It'll do a little bit more than that. Abby asked, what's the big deal? You guys know about climate change, right? How our CO2 emissions have caused a lot of problems in the environment? My dad says that's not real, said Tamara. Well, it is, I said. Anyway, all the environmental problems we have from climate change, they happen because the world's average temperature went up 1.5 degrees. That's it, just 1.5 degrees. So how much will this astrophage stuff change Earth's temperature? To ask Luther. These are very interesting kids' names.
It's like, it goes between, like, the most basic names you can think of.
So, to unique ones. I have to change my position.
Go for it.
I'm now glowing. My face is now glowing in the sun.
You're so muffled. Are you laying on your phone?
Yes, I was. Anyways, I stood and paced slowly in front of the class. We don't know, but if it breeds like algae does, at about the same speed, climatologists are saying Earth's temperature could drop 10 to 15 degrees. What'll happen, Luther asked. It'll be bad, very bad. A lot of animals, entire species, will die out because their habitats are too cold. The ocean water will cool down too, and it might cause an entire food chain collapse. So even things that could survive in the lower temperature will starve to death because the things they eat all die off. That's a lot to put on your class of like 4th graders. Not even, barely 4th grader. I don't remember. The kids stared at me awestruck. Why had their parents not explained this to them? Probably because they didn't understand it themselves. Besides, if I had a nickel for every time I wanted to smack a kid's parents for not teaching them even the most basic things, well, I'd have enough nickels to put in a sock and smack those parents with. Animals are gonna die too? Yep. Animals are gonna die too? Abby asked, horrified. Abby rode horses competitively and spent most of her time at her grandfather's dairy farm. Human suffering is often an abstract concept. Human suffering is often an abstract concept to kids, but animal suffering is something else entirely. Yes, I'm sorry, but a lot of livestock will die. And it's worse than that. On land, crops will fail. The food we eat will become scarce. When that happens, the social order often breaks down, and I saw myself there.
Dude, these are 9-year-olds.
These are 9-year-olds. And bro is about to explain the entire plot of Hunger Games to them. These were kids. Why was I going this far? How? Abby began. I'd never seen her at a loss for words. How long before this happens? Climatologists think it'll happen within the next 30 years, I said. Just like that, Trang laughed. I have my camera. Just like that, all the kids relaxed. 30 years, Trang laughed? That's forever. Buddy. Bro said 30 years is old. That's crazy. It's not that long, I said, but to a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds, 30 years may as well be a million. Okay, so they're 12 and 13. They're preteens.
This makes a lot of sense.
Can I be on Tracy's team for the rock sorting assignment? Asked Michael. 30 years. I looked out at their little faces. At 30 years, they'd all be in their early 40s. They would bear the brunt of it all, and it wouldn't be easy. These kids were going to grow up in an idyllic world and be thrown into an apocalyptic nightmare. They were the generation that would experience the sixth extinction event. I felt a cramp in the pit of my stomach. I was looking out at a room full of children, happy children. There was a good chance some of them would literally die of starvation. I stammered, I have to go do a thing. Forget the rock assignment. What? Asked Luther. Do study hall. This is study hall for the rest of the hour. Just do homework from other classes. Stay in your seats and work quietly until the bell rings. I left the room without another word. I almost collapsed in the hall from the shakes. I went to a nearby drinking fountain and splashed water on my face. Then I took a deep breath, got some self-control back, and jogged to the parking lot. Bro just left an entire class of children there. Bro, he left them. Ryland Grace.
Homework, don't kill each other.
Ryland Grace, you're a good teacher, but at this moment, brother, you are not. You just left an entire class of 12 and 13-year-olds. I drove fast. Way too fast. I ran red lights. I cut people off. I never do any of that. But that day was different. That day was, I don't even know. It screeched into the lab parking lot and left my car parked at an odd angle. Oh, this dude. 2 U.S. Army soldiers were at the door to the complex, just as they had been the previous 2 days while I'd been working there. I stormed past them. Should we have stopped them? I heard one ask the other. I didn't care what the response was.
They're like the guards from Pirates of the Caribbean.
It's like, Mr.
I see no lies.
I see no lies. Mr. Smith. I stomped into the observation room. Strahd was there, of course, reading her tablet. Girl, what are you reading? Is it ever that serious? Is it that serious for you to be reading this entire time?
This girl makes me so mad.
She looked up, and I caught a glimpse of genuine surprise on her face. Dr. Grace, what are you doing here? Past her, through the windows, I spotted 4 people in containment suits working in the lab. Who are they? I said, pointing at the window. And what are they doing in my lab? Can't say I like your tone, she said. I don't care. Period. Get her ass. Get her.
At her.
And it's not your lab, it's my lab. Those technicians are collecting the astrophage. What are you going to do with it? She held her tablet under her arm. Your dream is coming true. I'm dividing up the astrophage and sending it to 30 different labs around the world. Everything from CERN to a CIA bioweapons facility. What is CE? Oh, God, I don't care. The CIA has a I began. Never mind. I want to do more work on this. She shook her head. You've done your part. We thought it was anhydrous? Okay. We thought it was anhydrous life. Turns out it wasn't. You proved that. And since no alien exploded out of your chest, we can consider the guinea pig phase over too. So you're done. No, I'm not done. There's a lot more to learn. Of course there is, she said. And I have 30 labs all eagerly waiting to get started on it. I stepped forward. Leave some astrophage here. Let me work it some more. She stepped forward as well. No. Why not? According to your notes, there were 174 living astrophage cells in the sample, and you killed one yesterday, so we're down to 163. She pointed to her tablet. Wait, hold on. There's 174 living astrophage cells in the sample, and you killed one yesterday. Okay, I thought she said, so we're now down to 163, and I was like, what happened to the others?
You're like, wait a minute.
I was like, what happened to the other, 11? She pointed at her tablet. Each of these labs, huge national labs, will get 5 to 6 cells each. That's it. We're down to that level of scarcity. Those cells are the 173 most important things on Earth right now. Our analysis of them will determine if humanity survives. She paused and spoke a little more softly. I get it. You spent your whole life trying to prove that life doesn't require water. Then, unbelievably, you get some actual extraterrestrial life, and it turns out to need water. That's rough. Shake it off and get back to your life. I've got it from here. I'm still a microbiologist who spent his career working up theoretical models for alien life. I'm a useful resource with a skill set almost no one else has. Dr. Grace, I don't have the luxury of leaving samples here just to stoke your bruised ego. Ego? This isn't about my ego, it's about my children. He's a father. Not actually, but yes. You don't have children. Yes, I do. Dozens of them. They come to my class every day, and they're all going to end up in a Mad Max nightmare world if we don't solve this problem. Yeah, I was wrong about the water. I don't care about that. I care about those kids. So give me some gosh darned astrophage. Bro is mad and still can't bring himself to curse.
I know.
Oh, so give me some gosh darned astrophage. She stepped back and pursed her lips. She looked to the side, thinking it over. Then she turned back to me. 3. You can have 3 astrophage. I unclenched my muscles. Okay, I breathed a little. I didn't realize how tense I'd been. Okay, 3. I can work with that. She typed on her tablet. I'll keep this lab open. It's all yours. Come back in a few hours and my guys will be gone. I was already halfway into a containment suit. I'm getting back to work now. Tell your guys to stay out of my way. She glared at me, but didn't say anything further. Still left the kids there in a classroom.
The kids are still at
The kids are still there. They're still at the school all by themselves. Oh, I've just dropped my phone.
I've been thrown.
You've been thrown. I have to do this for my kids. I mean, they're not my kids, but they're my kids. I look at the screens arrayed before me. I need to think about this. My memory is spotty. Seems reliable enough, but incomplete. Instead of waiting for an epiphany where I remember everything, what can I work out right now? Earth is in trouble. The sun is infected with astrophage. I'm in a spaceship in another solar system. The ship wasn't easy to build, and it had an international crew. We're talking about an interstellar mission, something that should be impossible with our technology. It finally came out a little bit. Okay, so humanity put a lot of time and effort into this mission, and astrophage was the missing link that enabled it. There's only one explanation. There's a solution to the astrophage problem here, or a potential solution, something promising enough to dedicate a huge amount of resources. I scour the screens for more info. Mostly, they seem to be the kinds of things you expect on a spaceship. Life support, navigation, that sort of thing. One screen is labeled Beatles. The next screen over says, wait, Beatles?
The Beatles?
The Beatles? Okay, I don't know if it has anything to do with anything, but I need to find out if there are a bunch of Beatles on this ship. That's the sort of thing a guy needs to know. Priorities. The screen is broken into 4 quadrants, each one showing nearly the same thing, a little schematic and a bunch of text information. The schematics each show a bulbous oblong shape with a pointed head and a trapezoid on the back. If you tilt your head just right and squint, I suppose it kind of looks like a beetle. Each beetle also has a name up top. John, Paul, George, and Ringo. That's where the dedication comes from. That's where it comes from. That's where the Beatles are. Yeah, I get it. I'm not laughing, but I get it. I arbitrarily pick one beetle, John, and give it a good look. John is no insect. I'm pretty sure he's a spaceship. The trapezoid in the rear is labeled spin drive, and the entire bulbous part is labeled fuel. The little head has a computer label and a radio label. I look a little closer. The fuel info box says astrophage, 120 kilograms, temperature 96.415 degrees Celsius. The computer box says last memory check 3 days ago, 5 terabyte functioning correctly, and the radio info just says status 100%. It's an unmanned probe. Something small, I guess. The entire mass of the fuel is just 120 kilograms. That's not a lot, but a little astrophage goes a long way. There aren't any scientific instruments labeled. What's the point of an unmanned ship with nothing on board? Wait, what if the 5 terabytes of storage is the point of the ship? A realization dawns on me. Oh, shucks. I say, I'm out in space. I'm in another star system. I don't know how much astrophage it took to get here, but it was probably a lot. Sending a ship to another star probably took an absurd amount of fuel. Sending that ship to another star and bringing it back would take 10 times much as fuel. I checked the astrophage panel to refresh my memory. Remaining 20,862 kilograms. Consumption rate 6.045 G/S. The consumption rate, that says grams per second, gotcha. The consumption rate was 6.045 grams per second before, so it's gone down a little bit, and the fuel amount went down too. Basically, as the fuel gets consumed, the total mass of the ship goes down, so it needs less fuel per second to maintain the constant acceleration. Okay, that all makes sense. I have no idea what the Hail Mary's mass is, but to be able to shove it at a long 1.5 Gs of acceleration on a few grams of fuel per second, astrophage is amazing stuff. Anyway, I don't know exactly how the consumption rate will change over time. I mean, I could work it out, but it's complicated. So for now, I'll just approximate it to 6 grams per second. How long will that fuel last? It's nice to have a jumpsuit on. It's got pockets for all sorts of knickknacks. I still haven't found a calculator, so I do the math with a pen and paper. Grand total, I'll run out of fuel in about 40 days. I don't know what star that is, but it's not the sun. And there's just no way to get from another star to Earth with just 40 days of accelerating at 1.5 Gs. It probably took years to get here from Earth, which might be why I was in a coma. Interesting. Anyway, all this can only mean one thing. Hail Mary isn't going home. This is a one-way ticket, and I'm pretty sure these beetles are how to send information back to Earth. There's no way I have a radio transmitter powerful enough to broadcast several light years. I don't know if that would even be possible to build. So instead, I have these little beetle ships with 5 terabytes of information each. They'll fly back to Earth and broadcast their data. There's 4 of them for redundancy. I'm probably supposed to put copies of my findings in each one and send them all home. And if at least one survives the mission, if at least one survives the journey, Earth is saved. I'm on a suicide mission. John, Paul, George, and Ringo get to go home, but my long and winding road ends here. I must have known all this when I volunteered. Was he volunteered, though? But to my amnesia-riddled brain, this is new information. I'm going to die out here, and I'm going to die alone. Rest in peace. We're now on chapter 5. An hour later, we're finally on chapter 5. How long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
when I did
9,
my
10,
calculations
12,
of
13.
doing all of the pages we needed to, it puts us on like chapter 16.
Oh, Christ.
We need to do another live.
Maybe like take a break and then come back for another stream today.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a minute.
Well, now I'm actually like really hoping that we have no class tomorrow because I will legit stay up all night.
Christ almighty. I glare at the astrophage. Why the heck do you go to Venus? The microscope view was displayed on the big wall-mounted monitor. Each of the 3 little cells were a foot across at this magnification. I watched for any clues to their movements, but Larry, Curly, and Moe offered no answer. He named them after the 3 Stooges. This dude named them after the 3. Okay.
This is great.
I'd named them, of course. It's a teacher thing. What's so special about Venus? And how do you even find it? I crossed my arms. If astrophage understood body language, they'd know I wasn't messing around. It takes a room full of really smart people at NASA to work out how to get to Venus. And you do it as a single-celled single-celled organism with no brain. It had been 2 days since Strahd left me alone with the lab. Army guys were still at the door. The army guys were still at the doors. One was named Steve, friendly guy. The other never spoke to me. Steve! I ran my hands through my greasy hair. I'd neglected to shower that morning. Ryland. Shower. Jeez. At least I didn't have to wear the hazmat suit anymore. Scientists in Nairobi had taken a chance with one of their astrophage and exposed it to Earth atmosphere to see what happened. It was unaffected. So thanks to them, labs all over the world could breathe a sigh of relief and stop working in argon-filled rooms. I glanced at the pile of papers on a desk. The scientific community had moved into overdrive in a very unscientific way. Gone were the days of careful peer review and published articles. Astrophage research was a free-for-all where researchers posted their findings immediately and without proof. It led to misunderstandings and mistakes, but we just didn't have time to do things the right way. Strahd kept me in the loop on most stuff. Not everything, I was sure. Who knows what other weird things she was up to. She seemed to have authority everywhere, and that's why she's suspicious. A Belgian research team was able to prove that astrophage reacts to magnetic fields, but only sometimes. Other times, it seems to ignore magnetic fields entirely, no matter how powerful. Still, the Belgians were able to, very inconsistently, steer astrophage around by putting it in a magnetic field and changing the field's orientation. Was that useful? No idea. At this point, the world was just collecting data. A researcher in Paraguay showed that ants will get disoriented when they're within a few centimeters of astrophage. Was that useful? Okay, that one probably wasn't useful, but it was interesting. Most notably, a group in Perth, wherever that is, Perth sacrificed one of their astrophage and did a detailed analysis on all the organelles inside. They found DNA and mitochondria. In any other situation, this would have been the most important discovery of the century. Alien life, indisputably alien, had DNA and mitochondria, and grumble, a bunch of water. Bruh. Point is, the inside of an astrophage wasn't much different from the inside of any single-celled organism you'd find on Earth. It used ATP, RNA transcription, and a whole host of other extremely familiar things. Some researchers speculated that it originated on Earth. Others postulated that this specific set of molecules was the only way for life to occur, and astrophage evolved it independently. And a smaller vocal faction suggested life might not have evolved on Earth at all, and that astrophage and terrestrial life have a common ancestor. You know, I told the astrophage, if you boys weren't threatening all life on my planet, you'd be pretty awesome. You have mysteries within mysteries. I leaned against a table. You have mitochondria. Okay, so that means you use ATP as your energy source, just like we do. But the light you use can move around, requires way more energy than your ATP can hold. So you have another energy storage pathway, one we don't understand. One of the astrophage on screen darted slightly to the left. It was pretty common. Once in a while, for no reason, they'd just wiggle. What makes you move? Why move? And how does this random jerky motion get you from the sun to Venus? And why do you go to Venus at all? Lots of people were working on the internals of astrophage, trying to figure out what made it tick, analyzing its DNA. Good for them. I wanted to know the basic life cycle. That was my goal. Single-cell organisms don't just store buttloads of energy and fly through space for no reason. There had to be something astrophage needed from Venus, or it would just stay on the sun. And it needed something from the sun, too, or it would stay on Venus. The sun part was pretty easy. It was there for the energy. Same reason plants grew leaves. Got to get that sweet, sweet energy if you're going to be a life form. Makes perfect sense. So what about Venus? I picked up a pen and fidgeted with it as I thought. According to the Indian Space Research Organization, you guys are going up to 0.92 times the speed of light. Ow.
Bless you.
I pointed at them. Didn't know we could do that, did ya? Figure out your velocity? They use Doppler shift analysis of the light you emit to work it out. And because of that, they also know you're going both directions, to and from Venus. I frowned. But if you hit an atmosphere at that speed, you should die. So why don't you? I wrapped my forehead with a knuckle. Because you can handle any amount of heat, right? So you blast into the atmosphere, but you don't get any hotter. Okay, but you'd have to at least slow down. So you'd just be in the upper atmosphere of Venus. Then you, turn around and go back to the sun? Why? I stared at the screen for a solid 10 minutes, lost in thought. All right, enough of this. I want to know how you find Venus. I went to the local hardware store and bought a bunch of 2x2. Okay.
You can do it, I believe it.
I thought I'm getting hot. And I need water. Christ. I will after I finish at least one more chapter. I've only gotten through one chapter, man.
Well, by finishing this chapter, it'll put you on page 100.
Yay! Are you sure?
Yep, I'm looking at my book right now.
Oh my gosh.
Chapter's marked.
That's right. That's only that's like another 160 something pages.
Listen.
Okay. I went to the local hardware store and bought a bunch of 2x4s, 3/4-inch plywood, power tools, and other stuff I'd need. Steve, the army guy, helped me carry a lot of it in. Jerk army guy did nothing. Also, we swear we're going to get better at scheduling our stuff. But test run month. Yippee.
Test run month.
Over the next 6 hours, I built a light-proof closet with a shelf in it. Just go to IKEA. It was just big enough for me to get in and out. I set the microscope on the shelf. The door was a plywood panel that I could remove with screws. I ran power and video lines into the closet through a little hole that I plugged up with putty to make sure no light could get in through there either. I set my IR camera up on the microscope and sealed up the closet. Out in the lab, the monitor showed the infrared light the camera saw. It was basically a frequency shift. Worcestershire. Very low bands of IR would show up as red. High energy bands would be orange, yellow, and so on up the rainbow. I could see the astrophage cells as little red blobs, which was expected. At their constant temperature of 96.415 degrees Celsius, they would naturally emit an IR wavelength of 7.8 microns or so, the low end of what I'd set the camera to look for. It was good confirmation that the setup was working. But I didn't care about that dark red color. I wanted to see a bright yellow flash. That would be the Petrova frequency that astrophage spit out to move around. If any of my astrophages moved even the tiniest amount, I'd see a very obvious yellow flash. But it never came. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. Usually I'd see a jerky motion from one of them at least every few seconds. But now there was nothing. So, I said, you little brats have settled down, eh? Light. Whatever their navigation system was, it was based on light. I'd suspected that would be the case. What else could you use in space? There's no sound, no smell. It would have to be light, gravity, or electromagnetism, and light's the easiest of those three to detect, at least as far as evolution is concerned. For my next experiment, I taped a little white LED and a watch battery together. Of course, I wired it backward at first, and the LED didn't light up. That's pretty much a rule in electronics. You never get diodes right on the first time. Anyway, I rewired it correctly, and the LED lit up. I taped the whole contraption to the inside wall of the closet. I made sure to position it so the astrophage on the sample slide would have a direct line of sight on it. Then I sealed everything up again. Now, from the astrophage's point of view, there was a lot of black nothingness and one shining spot of light. That's kind of what Venus might look like if you were out in space and looking directly away from the sun. They didn't budge, no hint of motion at all. I said. To be fair, it wasn't likely to work. If you were at the sun looking away from it for the brightest splotch of light you could see, you'd probably zero in on Mercury, not Venus. Mercury is smaller than Venus, but it's a lot closer, so you'd see more light. Why Venus? I mused. But then I thought of a better question. How do you guys identify Venus? Why did they move so randomly? My theory, by pure chance, every few seconds or so, an astrophage thought it had spotted Venus, so it thrusted in that direction. But then the moment passed, so it stopped thrusting. The key had to be frequencies of light. My boys didn't wiggle at all in darkness, but it wasn't just about the sheer volume of light, or they would have gone for the LED. It had to be something about the frequency of light. Planets don't just reflect light, they also emit it. Everything emits light. The temperature of the object defines the wavelength of light emitted. Planets are no exception. So maybe astrophage looked for Venus's IR signature. It wouldn't be as bright as Mercury's, but it would be distinct, a different color. A little Googling told me Venus's average temperature was 462 degrees Celsius. I had a whole drawer full of replacement. Leave me alone, I'm trying. I had a whole drawer full of replacement bulbs for microscopes and other lab stuff. I grabbed one and hooked it up to a variable power supply. Incandescent bulbs work by getting the filament so hot it emits visible light. That happens around 2,500 degrees Celsius. My lord, that's a lot. I adjusted, of course, I have no idea how exactly, because that's not Fahrenheit, and I have no idea what that means, but I didn't need anything so dramatic. I just needed a measly 462 degrees. A measly. I adjusted power going through the bulb up and down, watching with an IR camera until I got exactly the light frequency I wanted. I moved the whole contraption into my test closet, watched the monitor with my boys on it. my boys. And turned on the artificial Venus. Nothing. Absolutely no movement from the little jerks. What do you want from me? I demanded. I pulled my goggles off and threw them to the ground. I drummed my fingers on the table. If I were an astronomer and someone showed me a blob of light, how would I know if it's Venus? I answered myself. I'd look for that IR signature. But that's not what astrophage does. Okay, someone shows me a blob of light and says I'm not allowed to use emitted IR to work out the temperature of the body. How else could I find out it's Venus? Lord, big words. Spectroscopy? Spectroscopy? I guess. I think.
I mean, that's my guess.
Spectroscopy. Look for carbon dioxide. I raised an eyebrow as the idea came to me. When light hits gas molecules, the electrons get all worked up. Then they calm down and re-emit the energy as light. But the frequency of the photons they emit is very specific to the molecules involved. Astronomers use this for decades to know about gases to know what gases are out there far, far away. That's what spectroscopy is all about. Venus's atmosphere is 90 times Earth's pressure and almost entirely carbon dioxide. Its spectroscopy signature of CO2 would be overwhelmingly strong. Mercury had no carbon dioxide at all, so the nearest competitor would be Earth. We had a minuscule CO2 signature compared to Venus. Maybe astrophage used emission spectra to find Venus? New plan. I'm learning more in this book than I have in any science class ever.
I know.
New plan. The lab had a seemingly infinite supply of light filters. Pick a frequency, and there's a filter for it. I looked up the spectral signature of carbon dioxide. The peak wavelengths were 4.26 microns and 18.31 microns. I found the appropriate filters and built a little box for them. Inside, I put a small white light bulb. Now I had a box that would emit the spectral signature of carbon dioxide. I put it in the test closet and went out to watch the monitor. Larry, Curly, and Mo hung out on their side, just like they had all day long. I flicked on the light box and searched for any reaction. The astrophage left. They didn't just meander toward the light, they were gone. Absolutely gone. I had been recording the camera input, of course. I ran it back and watch frame by frame. Between two frames, they simply disappeared. Good news. Astrophage were attracted to carbon dioxide spectral signature. And bad news. My 3 irreplaceable 10 micron wide astrophage had launched off somewhere, maybe at velocities approaching the speed of light, and I had no idea where they went. Crap. Good job, dude. Midnight, darkness everywhere. The army guys changed shift to 2 guys I didn't know. I missed Steve. He misses Steve, guys. I had Steve. No, Steve is gone. I had aluminum foil and duct tape over every window of the lab. I sealed the cracks around the entrances and exits with electrical tape. I turned off every piece of equipment that had a readout or LED of any kind. I put my watch in a drawer because it had glow-in-the-dark paint on the hands. Goodness.
Bless you.
I let my eyes adjust to the total darkness. If I saw so much as a single shape that wasn't my imagination, I sought out the light leak and put tape over it. I was just duct taping the entire lab. Finally, I reached a level of darkness so intense I couldn't see anything. Opening or closing my eyes had no effect at all. The next step was my newly invented IR goggles. The lab had many things, but infrared goggles were not among them. I considered asking Steve, the army guy, if he could score some. I probably could have called Strat, and she would have had the president of Peru personally deliver them or something. But this was faster. The goggles were just the LCD output screen of my IR camera with a bunch of tape around them. I pressed them to my face and added more tape. Then more and more and more. I'm sure I looked ridiculous, but whatever. Bro was going to get multiple levels of poisoning from multiple different devices. And he's going to die in space. Allegedly. I fired up the camera and looked around the lab. Plenty of heat signatures. The walls were still warm from sunlight earlier that day. Everything electrical had a glow, and my body shined like a beacon. I adjusted the frequency range to look for much hotter things. I'm sorry. Specifically things over 90 degrees Celsius. I'm sorry. I crawled into my makeshift microscope closet and looked at anyone on the outside looking in is just gonna see total darkness, and then this dude just climb into a closet with a camera taped to his face.
I feel like that probably wouldn't be the strangest thing you'd see in
a lab. Probably. I adjusted the frequency range to look for much hotter things, specifically things over 90 degrees Celsius. I crawled into my makeshift microscope closet and looked at the light box I'd used for the CO2 spectral emission. Astrophage are only 10 microns across. No chance I'd see something so small with the camera, or with my eyes for that matter, but my little aliens are very hot, and they stay hot. So if they're not moving, they will have spent the last 6 hours or so slowly heating up their surroundings. That was the hope. I panned out. I immediately saw a circle of light on one of the plastic light filters. Oh, thank God! I gasped. It was very faint, but it was there. The spot was about 3 millimeters across and grew fainter and colder away from the center. The little fella had been heating up the plastic for hours. I scanned back and forth across the two plastic squares. I quickly found a second spot. My experiment worked way better than I expected. They saw what they thought was Venus and beeline for it. When they'd hit the light filters, they couldn't go any further. Or farther. They probably kept pushing until I turned off the light. Anyway, if I could just confirm that all three astrophage were present, I could bag the filters, then spend however long I need to find and harvest the boys from them with a microscope and pipette. And there it was, the third astrophage. The gang's all here, I said. I reached into my pocket for a sample bag and got ready to very carefully pull the filter off the light box. That's when I saw the fourth astrophage, just minding its own business. A fourth cell. It was right in the same general cluster as the first three on the filters. Holy. I'd been staring at these guys for a week. There's no way I would have missed one. There could only be one explanation. One of the astrophage divided. I'd accidentally made the astrophage reproduce. I stared at that fourth spot of light for a full minute, taking in the magnitude of what just happened. Breeding astrophage meant we would have an unlimited supply for study. Kill them, poke them, take them apart, do whatever we wanted. This was a game changer. Hello, Shemp, I said. Hello, Shemp. I spent the next 2 days obsessively studying this new behavior. I didn't even go home. I just slept in the lab. Steve, the army guy, brought me breakfast. Great guy.
Oh, we love Steve.
We love Steve. I should have shared all my findings with the rest of the science community, but I wanted to be sure. Peer review may have fallen by the wayside, but at least I could self-review. Better than nothing. The first thing that bothered me, CO2 spectral emissions are 4.26 and 18.31 microns, but astrophage are only 10 microns across, so it couldn't really interact with light that had a larger wavelength. How could it even see the 18.31 micron band? I repeated my earlier spectral experiment with just the 18.31 micron filter and got a result I didn't expect. Strange things happened. First off, two of the astrophage whipped over to the filter. They saw the light and went right for it. But how? It should be impossible for astrophage to interact with a wavelength that big. I mean, literally impossible. Light is a funny thing. Its wavelength defines what it can and can't interact with. Anything smaller than the wavelength is functionally non-existent to that photon. That's why there's a mesh over the window of a microwave. The holes in the mesh are too small for microwaves to pass through. I read microwaves and I thought of the device. Christ almighty. Microwaves in outer space. The holes in the mesh. Wait. Did I already read that? Yes, I did. But visible light with a much shorter wavelength can go through freely, so you get to watch your food cook without melting your face off. So he was talking about okay. I got a little lost in the sauce for a second. I didn't know what was going on. At the very least, they're keeping the extra exposition fun. So it's not absolutely frying my brain with all the science, just a little bit. But that's also just because I just can't read. How many years I've had my nose shoved in a book since the day I learned how to read? How many years of that? And I'm still just bad. I'm still just bad at reading. Bad at reading out loud, I get, at least. In my head, I read fantastic. It's just when I try to read out loud, I all of a sudden have dyslexia and about 3 other learning disabilities.
I feel that.
Astrophage is smaller than 18.31 microns, but somehow still absorbs light at that frequency. How? But that's not even the strangest thing that happened. Yes, 2 of them took off for the filter, but the other 2 just stayed put. They didn't seem to care. They just hung out on the slide. Maybe they didn't interact with the larger wavelength? So I did one more experiment. I shined the 4.26 micron light at them again. I got the same result. The same 2 went right for the filter as before. The other 2 just didn't care. And there it was. I couldn't be 100% certain, but I was pretty sure I just discovered the whole astrophage life cycle. It clicked in my mind like puzzle pieces finally fitting together. The 2 holdouts didn't want to go to Venus anymore. They wanted to go back to the sun. Why? Because one of them just divided and created the other. Astrophage hang out on the surface of the sun, gathering energy via heat. They store it internally in some way no one understands. Then, when they've had enough, they migrate to Venus to breed, using that stored energy to fly through space using infrared light as a propellant. Lots of species migrate to breed. Why would astrophage be any different? The Aussies. The Aussies?
Excuse me?
Not even Australians, just the Aussies. The Aussies already worked out that the inside of astrophage wasn't much different from Earth life. It needed carbon and oxygen to make the complex proteins required for DNA, mitochondria, and all the other fun stuff found in cells. There's plenty of hydrogen on the sun, but the other elements just aren't present. So astrophage migrates to the nearest supply of carbon dioxide, Venus. First, it follows magnetic field lines and goes straight away from the sun's north pole. It has to do that, or the light from the sun would be too blinding to find Venus. I'm just imagining these little dots with little eyes, just searching.
I know.
Just searching for Venus.
I was doing the same thing.
It's like, where are you, friend? Friend? Where's the Venus? Where are you? And going straight up from the pole means the astrophage will have a full view of Venus's entire orbital path, no portion of it occluded by the sun. And that's why astrophage is so inconsistent on reacting to magnetic fields. It only cares about them at the very beginning of its journey and at no other time. Then it looks for Venus's massive carbon dioxide spectral signature. Well, not really looks for. It's probably more a simple stimulus response thing initiated by the 4.26 and 18.31 micron light bands. Anyway, once it sees Venus, it goes straight to it. The path it takes, straight away from the solar pole, then sharply turning toward Venus. That's the Petrova line. Our heroic astrophage reaches the upper atmosphere of Venus, collects the CO2 it needs, and can finally reproduce. After that, both parent and child return to the sun, and the cycle begins anew. It's simple, really. Get energy, get resources, and make copies. It's the same thing all life on Earth does. And that's why 2 of my little stooges didn't walk toward the light. 2 my little stooges. So how does astrophage find the sun? My guess, look for the extremely bright light and head that way. Yeah, sounds about right.
That'll do it.
I separated Mo and Shemp, the sun seekers, from Larry and Curly, the Venus seekers. I put Larry and Curly on a different slide and put it in a light-sealed sample container. Then I set up an experiment in the dark closet for Mo and Shemp. This time, I put a bright incandescent bulb in there and turned it on. I expected them to head right toward it, but no dice. They didn't budge. Probably not bright enough. Yeah, I don't think a bulb can hold a candle to the brightness of the freaking sun. I went to a photography store downtown. San Francisco has a lot of photography enthusiasts, and bought the largest. This is going great, guys. This is going great, guys.
I believe it.
And bought the largest, brightest, most powerful flash I could find. I replaced the light bulb with the flash and did the experiment again. Mo and Shemp took the bait. I had to sit down and take a breath. I should have taken a nap. Me too. I hadn't slept in 36 hours, but this was too exciting. I pulled out myself, me as an art student during final season. No sleep. Just go for it. I pulled out my cell phone and dialed Strout's number. She answered halfway through the first ring. Dr. Grace, she said. Find something? Yeah, I said. I figured out how astrophage reproduce and managed to make it happen. Silence for a second. You successfully bred astrophage? Yes. Non-destructively, she asked. I had 3 cells. I now have 4. They're all alive and well. Silence for another second. Stay there. She hung up. Huh, I said. Put the phone back in my lab coat. Guess she's on her way. Steve, the army guy, burst into the lab. Dr. Grace? What? Yeah? Please come with me. Okay, I said. Let me just get my astrophage samples put away. There are lab techs on the way to deal with that. You have to come with me now. Okay. The next 12 hours? 12 hours? Give this man a break. Let him take a nap. The next 12 hours were unique. Steve, the army guy, drove me to a high school football field where a U.S. Marine Corps helicopter had already landed.
I love that he's just labeled like he is just Steve, the army guy.
He's just Steve, the army guy.
I love
And this high school's football field's just been taken by the U.S. Marine Corps.
Indeed.
Without words, they hustled me into the chopper, and up we went into the sky. I tried not to look down. The chopper took me to Travis Air Force Base, about 60 miles north of the city. Did the Marines often land at the Air Force bases? I don't know much about the military, but that seemed odd. It also seemed a bit extreme to send the Marines just to keep me from driving there a couple hours of traffic. But okay. There was a Jeep waiting for me on the tarmac where the helicopter landed, with an Air Force guy standing next to it. He introduced himself. I swear he did, but I don't remember his name. He drove me across the tarmac to a waiting jet. No, not passenger jet, and not a Learjet or anything like that. This was a fighter jet. I don't know what kind. Like I said, I don't know military stuff. My guide hustled me up a ladder into the seat behind the pilot. He gave me a pill and a little paper cup of water. Take this. What is it? It'll keep you from puking all over our nice clean cockpit. Okay. I swallowed the pill, and it'll help you sleep. What? Away. Homeboy's been drugged. They got him, guys. They got him. They got my boy. Away he went, and the ground crew pulled away the ladder. The pilot didn't say a word to me. 10 minutes later, we took off like a bat out of hell. I never felt acceleration like that in my life. The pill did its job. I definitely would have puked. Where are we going? I asked through the headset. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not allowed to speak to you. Not even a how's the weather? Really? Not even a how's the weather? This is going to be a boring trip then. They usually are, he said. I don't know exactly when I fell asleep, but it was within minutes of taking off. 36 hours of 36 hours of mad science, plus whatever was in that pill put me right into dreamland, regardless of the ridiculous jet engine noise surrounding me. They roofied him bad. They put that man out.
He woke up from his nap dream. Where am I?
What year is it?
What year is it? Who am I?
I awoke in darkness to a jolt. We'd landed. Welcome to Hawaii, sir, said the pilot. Hawaii? Why am I in Hawaii? I wasn't given that information. The jet taxied onto some side runway or whatever, and a ground crew brought a ladder. I hadn't gotten halfway down the ladder yet when I heard, Dr. Grace, this way, please. It was a man in a U.S. Navy uniform. Where the hell am I? I demanded. Naval Station Pearl Harbor, said the officer, but not for long. Please follow me. Sure, why not? They put me in another jet with another non-talkative pilot. The only difference was that this time it was a Navy jet instead of an Air Force jet. We flew for a long time. I lost track of the hours. Keeping track was meaningless anyway. I didn't know how long we'd be in the air. Finally, I kid you not, we landed on an honest-to-God aircraft carrier. Pros having an experience.
This is like the most intricate side quest I've ever heard someone go on.
Yeah. Next thing and it's funny, the side quest is just related to saving the world. Next thing I knew, I was on the flight deck looking like an idiot. They gave me earmuffs and a coat and shuffled me over a helipad. A Navy chopper was waiting for me. Will this trip end like ever? I asked. They ignored me and got me strapped in. I'd be done too. I'd be ready to leave immediately. And not in another aircraft. I'd just sit down on the ground and say, you have to pick me up and put me in there. Which they probably would. I'm not very heavy, but the chopper took off immediately. This time, the flight wasn't nearly so long. Just an hour or so. Christ. This should be interesting, said the pilot. It was the only thing he'd said the whole flight. Nah, you're not going to put me on a flight, third flight of the freaking day, say nothing to me the entire time, and then say, this should be interesting.
You don't get to roofie me.
You don't get to roofie me. Roofie me enough to put me out on an Air Force jet. No. No.
No, we can't speak.
We descended and the landing gear deployed. Below us was another aircraft carrier. I squinted at it. Something looked different. What was it? Oh, right. It had a big Chinese flag flying over it. Is that a Chinese aircraft carrier? I asked. Yes, sir. Are we a U.S. Navy helicopter going to land on that Chinese aircraft carrier? Yes, sir. I see. I don't see. What do you mean I see? I don't see. I see nothing. What is happening? In fact, my prescription is so big because my eyesight sucks. We landed on the carrier's helipad and a bunch of Chinese Navy guys watched us with interest. There would be no post-flight servicing on this chopper. My pilot leered through the windows at them and they leered right back. As soon as I stepped out, he took off again. I was in China's hands now. Oh dear. Just leaving him in another country, not telling him what's going on, dropping him off in another country's aircraft carrier, and then dipping.
All right, sweetie, have fun.
All right, sweetie, have fun. A Navy man came forward and gestured for me to follow him. I don't think anyone spoke English, but I got the general idea. He led me to a door in the tower structure and we went inside. We wound through passageways, stairwells, and rooms I didn't even understand the purpose of. All the while, Chinese sailors watched me with curiosity. Finally, he stopped at a door with Chinese characters on it. He opened the door and pointed inside. I walked in and he slammed the door behind me. So much for my guide. I think it was an officer's conference room. At least that was my assumption, based on the big table and with 15 people sitting at it. You roofie me, take me across the country, and then you stick me in a conference room with 15 other people. Absolutely not. I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad.
You want to knock me out? Put me on a plane when I'm afraid of heights and then make me talk in front of people?
Absolutely not. Okay.
Dude just wanted to teach a class.
Dude just wanted to save his kids. Bro just wanted to save his kids.
His unbiological children.
His unbiological children. They all turned their heads to look up at me. Some were white, some were black, some were Asian, some wore lab coats, others wore suits. Strahd, of course, was at the head of the table. Dr. Grace, how was your trip? How was my trip? I said. I got dragged across the gosh darn world without any notice. She held up her hand. It was just a pleasantry, Dr. Grace. I don't actually care how your trip was. She stood and addressed the room. My gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Ryland Grace from the United States. He figured out how to breed astrophage. Gasps came from around the table. One man shot to his feet and spoke with a thick German accent. This I can do because I took 4 years of German and been there twice.
You can do it.
Are you serious? Strat, warum haben Sie nor English? Strat interrupted. Why are we only hearing of this now? I can't do a German accent, but I can speak the language. Why are we only hearing of this now? The German demanded. I wanted to confirm it first. While Dr. Grace was en route, I had technicians pack up his lab. They collected 4 live astrophage from his lab. I only left him 3. An elderly man in a lab coat spoke Japanese in a calm, soothing voice. Next to him, a younger Japanese man in a charcoal suit translated. Dr. Matsuka would like to respectfully request a detailed description of the process. Strahd stepped aside and gestured to her chair. Doctor, have a seat and lay it out for us. Hold on, I said. Who are these people? Why am I on a Chinese aircraft carrier? And have you ever heard of Skype? Valid. This could have been an email. You didn't have to do all this.
This whole meeting could have been an email.
This whole meeting could have been an email. This is an international body of high-level scientists and political operatives that I have assembled to spearhead Project Hail Mary. She said the thing. She said the thing. She said the thing. She said the name of the book. Project Hail Mary. What's that? That would take a while to explain. Everyone here is eager to hear about your astrophage findings. Let's start with that. I shuffled to the front of the room and sat awkwardly at the head of the table. All eyes turned to me. So I told them. I told them all about the wooden closet experiments. I explained all my tests, what I did for each one, and how I did them. Then I explained my conclusions. I told them my hypothesis about the astrophage life cycle, how it works, and why. There were a few questions from the assembled scientists and politicos. I've never heard that word, but okay. Politicos. But mostly, they just listened and took notes. Several had translators whispering in their ear during the process. So yeah, I said, that's pretty much everything. I mean, it's not rigorously tested yet, but it seems pretty simple. German guy raised his hand. Just Steve the army dude, German guy. Okay. Would it be possible to breed astrophage on a large scale? Everyone leaned forward a little. Apparently, this was a pretty important question and it was on everyone's mind. I was taken aback by the sudden intensity of the room. Even Strahd seemed unusually interested. Well, she said, please answer, Minister. What kind of name is that? It's literally spelled Voigt. What is that? Oh. I don't even know how to go about pronouncing that. I know my alphabet. What? Foyt?
I'd say Vol.
Well, because V is pronounced foul in the German alphabet.
Oh yeah, he's the German guy.
Yeah, because he's the German guy. So it's and V is pronounced foul. So.
Yeah, you're on your own with this one.
Gee, thanks. I'm just gonna say faux. Hold on. I'm gonna Google Trans. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna ask someone to pronounce it. How to pronounce let's see. Voigt. Yeah. Voigt.
Beautiful.
Me with all my confidence in my German-speaking abilities, and then they throw a name at me. That is absolutely diabolical. All right. Sure, I said. I mean, why not? How would you do it? Asked Strat. I've just given up on accents at this point. I guess I'd make a big elbow-shaped ceramic pipe and fill it with carbon dioxide. Make one end of it as hot as you can get it, and have a bright light there. Wrap a magnetic coil around it to simulate the magnetic field of the sun. Put an IR light emitter at the other end of the elbow, and you have it emit light at 4.26 and 18.31 microns. Make the inside of the pipe as black as you can. That should do it. How does that do it? She said. I shrugged. The astrophage will gather energy at the sun side, and when they're ready to breed, they'll follow the magnetic field to the pipe's elbow. They'll see the IR light at the other end and head toward it. Seeing that light and being exposed to carbon dioxide makes them breed. Then the parent and daughter cells will go back to the sun side. Simple enough. A politician-looking man raised his hand and spoke with some kind of African accent. How much astrophage could be made this way? How fast is the process? It would have a doubling time, I said, like algae or bacteria. I don't know how long it is, but considering the sun is getting dim, it must be pretty quick. A woman in a lab coat had been on her phone. She set it down, then spoke with a thick Chinese accent. Our scientists have reproduced your results. Minister Foyt scowled at her. How did you even know his process? He just told us. Spies, presumably, said Strut. The German huffed. How dare you circumvent us with... Shush, said Strat. We're past all that. Miss C? Miss Chi? I'll say that. Do you have...
That's your best bet.
I'm trying my best here. Do you have any additional information to share? Yes, she said. We estimate the doubling time to be just over 8 days under optimal conditions. What does that mean? The African diplomat said. How much can we make? Well, I launched my phone's calculator app and tapped a few buttons. If you started with 150 astrophage we have with the 150 astrophage we have and bred them for a year, at the end of it, you'd have about 173,000 kilograms of astrophage. Lord. And would this astrophage be at maximum energy density? Would it all be ready to reproduce? So you want, I guess you'd call it enriched astrophage? Yes, he said. That's a perfect word for it. We want astrophage that is holding as much energy as it can. I guess that could be arranged, I said. First, breed up the number of astrophage you want, and expose them to lots of heat energy, but don't let them see any carbon dioxide spectral lines. They'll collect energy and just sort of sit there waiting until they can see somewhere to get CO2. What if we needed 2 million kilograms of enriched astrophage? Said the diplomat. It's doubling every 8 days. I said 2 million kilos would be another 4 doublings or so. So 1 month longer. A woman leaned forward on the table, her fingers steepled. What does that even mean? I don't know. We might just have a chance. She had an American accent. An outside chance, said Voigt. There's hope, said the Japanese translator, presumably speaking for Dr. Matsuka. We need to talk amongst ourselves, said Strat. Go get some rest. The sailor outside will show you to a bunk. But I want to know about Project Hail Mary. Oh, you will. Believe me. That's an understatement.
You will know way more than you wish.
You will know way more than you wish. In fact, you are going to die for this mission. I slept for 14 hours. Fair enough. Honestly, it doesn't seem like long enough for the fact that you've been up for 40-something hours at this point.
Well, he didn't get knocked out on the plane, remember?
I'm barely counting the fact that he got drugged. I'm not including the fact that he got drugged. Mega roofied. Aircraft carriers are awesome in many ways, but they aren't 5-star hotels. The Chinese had given me a clean, comfy cot and an officer's bunk room. I had no complaints. I could have slept on the flight deck. I was so tired. I felt something weird on my forehead when I woke up. I reached up and it was a post-it note. Someone put a post-it on my head while I slept. I pulled it off and read it. That's diabolical.
Absolutely amazing.
That's absolutely diabolical. Clean clothes and toiletries in the duffel under your bunk. Show this note to any sailor when you've cleaned up. And then it's followed by a bunch of Chinese characters, which I'm assuming is going to be the Chinese translation of that note. Strahd.
Yeah.
She is such a pain in my butt, I mumbled. That's an understatement. She's a lot more than a pain in the butt. But oh well. I stumbled out of my cot. A few officers gave me passing glances, but otherwise ignored me. I found the duffel, and as promised, there were clothes and dental hygiene stuff and soap. I glanced around the bunk room and saw through a doorway into a locker room. I used the bathroom, or head, I guess, because I was on a ship. Then I took a shower with 3 other guys. You didn't need to put in that. You didn't need to put in that extra comment there, sir. I dried off and put on the jumpsuit onesie Strahd had left me. It was bright yellow. It was bright yellow. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna
grab me a sweatshirt. So I'm like, why?
I'm gonna have to take a small break after this chapter just so I can get a drink.
Yes.
Old Yeller. It was bright yellow, had Chinese writing along the back, and a big red stripe down the left leg of the pants. My guess was to make sure everyone knew I was a foreign civilian and not allowed in certain places. I flagged down a passing sailor and showed him the note. He nodded and gestured for me to follow him. Oh, wait, I guess the Chinese was directions. Yeah, the Chinese must have been directions. He led me through a maze of twisty little passages, all alike, until we arrived back at the room I'd been in the previous day. I stepped in to see Strahd and some of her teammates, a subset of the previous day's gang. Just Minister Foyt, the Chinese scientist, I think her name was T, and a guy in a Russian military uniform. The Russian had been there the previous day but hadn't said anything. They all looked deep in concentration, and the table was littered with paper. They mumbled to one another here and there. I didn't know the exact relationships going on, but Strahd was definitely the head of the table because she's the head of everything.
Yes, seriously, this woman just kind of like runs the world.
I know. How? How did this happen?
How do you find the time?
Exactly. How do you find the time to essentially rule the world? That's way too much work. Way too busy. Ah, Dr. Grace, you look refreshed. She gestured to her left. There's food on the credenza. And there was rice, steamed buns, deep-fried dough sticks, and an urn of coffee. I rushed over and helped myself. I was hungry as heck. Me too. I would, if I saw all of that entire table would be gone. Especially after all the work that he just did. If I had done all of that, no, that would be gone. All of it, every single bit of it. I would eat everything. I sat at the conference table with a full plate and a cup of coffee. So, I said with a mouthful of rice, you gonna tell me why we're on a Chinese aircraft carrier? I needed an aircraft carrier. The Chinese gave me one. Well, they lent it to me. Who is this woman? Who is she?
Fair enough.
Why do the Chinese just give her an aircraft carrier? Just because she needed one. What?
Why did the Chinese go fly so quickly?
What? I slurped my coffee. There was a time when something like that would surprise me, but, not anymore. Commercial air travel takes too long and is prone to delays, she said. Military aircraft work on whatever schedule they want and travel supersonically. I need to be able to get experts from anywhere on Earth in the same room with no delays. Miss Trott can be extremely persuasive, said Minister Foot. What does that mean? What did she do? I shoveled more food into my mouth. Blame whoever gave her all that authority, I said. Foyt chuckled. I was part of that decision, actually. I am Germany's Minister of Foreign Affairs, the equivalent of your country's Secretary of State. I pause my chewing. Wow, I managed to say. I gulped down the mouthful. You're the most high ranking person I've ever met. No, I'm not, he pointed distraught. Who is she? Like the Dutch president or something? What? Who is this woman? Who is this woman? Why is she so important? Who is she? She put a piece of paper in front of me. This is what led to the Hail Mary project. You're showing him? Foyt said. Now, without getting him a clearance? Strap put her hand on my shoulder. Dr. Ryland Grace, I hereby grant you top secret clearance to all information pertaining to Project Hail Mary. That's not what I meant, Foyt said. There are processes and background checks to... No time, Straw said. No time for any of that stuff. That's why you put me in charge. Speed. She turned toward me and tapped the paper. These are readings from amateur astronomers all over the world. They show something very important. Sage had columns of numbers. I noticed the column titles. Alpha Centauri, Sirius, Boyton 726-8, and so on. Stars, I said. These are all stars in our local cluster. And wait, did you say amateur astronomers? If you could tell the German Minister of Foreign Affairs what to do, why don't you have professional astronomers working for you? I do, Strauss said, but this is historical data collected over the past several years. Professional astronomers don't study local stars. They look at faraway things. It's the amateurs who log data on local stuff, like train spotters, hobbyists in their backyard, some of them with tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment. Must be nice to be an amateur and have that much money's worth of equipment, but okay. I picked up the paper. Okay, so what am I looking at? Luminosity readings, normalized across thousands of amateur-generated data sets and corrected for known weather and visibility conditions. Supercomputers were involved.
Good Lord.
Okay. The point is this. Our sun is not the only star that's getting dimmer. Really? I said, oh, that makes perfect sense. Astrophage can travel at 0.92 times the speed of light. It can go dormant and stay alive long enough. It could infect nearby stars. It's spores, just like mold. It spreads from star to star. That's our theory, yes. Space mold, says Strahd. This data goes back decades. It's not deeply reliable, but the trends are there. The NSA back-calculated that. Wait, the NSA? The U.S. National Security Agency. They have some of the best supercomputers in the world. I needed their supercomputers and engines to try all kinds of scenarios and propagation models for how astrophage could get around in the galaxy. Back to the point, these local stars have been dimming for decades, and the rate of dimming Shut up. I'm trying my best. And the rate of dimming increases exponentially, just like we're seeing with the sun. She handed me another piece of paper. It had a bunch of dots connected by lines. Above each dot was a star name. Owing to the speed of light, our observations of the dimming had to be adjusted for the distances of the stars and whatnot, but there's a clear pattern of infection from star to star. We know when each star was infected and by which infected star. Our sun was infected by a star called WISE 0855-0714. That star was infected by Sirius, which was infected by Epsilon Eridani. From there, the trail goes cold.
Why can't you just give them, normal names?
Because they're scientists, and that's not how they do things.
Apparently.
I peered at the chart. Huh? WISE 0855/0714 also infected Wolf 359, Lalonde 21185, and Ross 128. Yes, every star eventually infects all of its neighbors.
Judging from our data, we think astrophage has a maximum range of just under 8 light years. Any star within that range of an infected star will eventually be infected. I looked at the data. Why 8 light years? Why not more or less? Our best guess is that astrophage can only survive so long without a star, and it can coast about 8 light years in that time. Just 8 light years. Nothing serious. Just 8 light years. That's sensible from an evolution point of view. I said most stars have other stars within 8 light years, so that's as far as astrophage had to evolve to travel while sporing. Probably, Straught said. Nobody noticed these stars getting dimmer, I said. They only get to about 10% dimmer before they stop dimming. We don't know why. It's not obvious to the naked eye, but if our sun dims by 10%, we're all dead, I said, pretty much. T leaned forward on the table. Her posture was extremely proper. Miss Straught has not told you the most important part yet. The Russian nodded. It's the first time I'd seen him move at all. He's just standing in the corner like a straight statue, just staring at them. C continued, do you know what Tau Ceti is? Do I know? I said. I mean, I know it's a star. It's about 12 light years away, I think. 11.9, said T. Very good. Most would not know that. I teach junior high school science. Oh, it's junior high. I thought it was straight elementary school, but anyways.
I called them 9-year-olds.
Yeah. I teach junior high school science. I said, these things come up. T and the Russian shot each other surprised looks. Then they both looked at Straught. Straught stared them down. There's more to him than that. Well, obviously, despite the fact that he only teaches junior high school science, he still managed to figure this all out. But, give him the side-eye or whatever. T regained her composure. Not that she'd lost much of it anyway. In any event, Tau Ceti is very much inside the cluster of infected stars. In fact, it is near the center. Okay, I said. I'm sensing there's something special about it. It is not infected, she said. Every star around it is. There are 2 very infected stars well within 8 light years of Tau Ceti, yet it remains unaffected. Why? Straught shuffled through her papers. That's what we want to find out. So we're going to make a ship and send it there. I snorted. You can't just make an interstellar ship. We don't have the technology. We don't have anything close to the technology. The Russian spoke for the first time. Actually, my friend, we do. Straught gestured. Why do I keep doing that? Gestured to the Russian. Dr. Komarov is, please call me Dmitri, he said. Dmitri heads up the Russian Federation's research into astrophage. She said, completely new organization, I suppose then. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said. I'm happy to report that we can actually make interstellar voyage. No, we can't, I said, unless you've got an alien spaceship you never told anyone about. In a way, we do, he said. We have many alien spaceships. We call them astrophage. You see, my group has studied the energy management of astrophage. It's very interesting. I suddenly forgot everything else going on in the room. Oh, God, please tell me you understand where the heat goes. I can't figure out what the heck it's doing with the heat energy. We have figured this out, yes, said Dmitri, with lasers. It was a very illuminating experiment. Was that a pun? It was! Good one! We both laughed. Straught glared at us. The Russian likes to make jokes. Him and Ryland are going to get along phenomenally. Fantastically. They're going to be besties. Dmitri cleared his throat. Oh, Straught, don't be a booty hole. Don't take away the fun. Let them have fun together. And yes, we pointed tight focus 1 kilowatt laser at a single astrophage cell. As usual, it did not get hotter, but after 25 minutes, light started to bounce off. Our little astrophage is full. Good meal. It consumed 1.5 megajoules of light energy. Does not want more. But this is very much energy. Where does it put all this energy? that was a very chunky way of saying that. I'm leaning way too far forward over the table, but I can't help myself. Where? We measure astrophage cell before and after experiment, of course. Of course. Astrophage cell is now 17 nanograms heavier. You can see where this goes, yes? No, it can't be. It must have gained that weight from reactions with the air or something. No, it was in a vacuum for the test, of course. Oh my god. I was giddy. 17 nanograms. Times 9 times 10 to the 16th. 1.5 megajoules. I flopped back into... I don't see where this is going. I flopped back into my chair. Just wow. This was how I felt, yes. Mass conversion. As the great Albert Einstein once said, E equals mc squared. Okay, that's where it was going. There's an absurd amount of energy in mass. A modern nuclear plant can power an entire city for a year with the energy stored in just 1 kilogram of uranium. Yes, that's it. The entire output of a nuclear reactor for a year comes from a single kilogram of mass. Astrophage can apparently do this in either direction. It takes heat energy and somehow turns it into mass. That's when it wants the energy back. It turns that mass back into energy in the form of Petrova frequency light. And it uses that to propel itself along in space. So not only is it a perfect energy storage medium, it's a perfect spaceship engine. Evolution can be insanely effective when you leave it alone for a few billion years. Ain't that the truth? I rub my head. This is just crazy. In a good way, though. It is internally producing antimatter, you think. Something like that. We do not know. But it definitely increases in mass. And then, after using light as thrust, it loses mass appropriate to energy. And then, after using light as thrust, it loses mass appropriate to energy released. That's Dimitri. I want to hang out with you. Like, can we hang out? I'll buy you a beer or vodka or anything. I bet there's an officers club on this boat, right? It would be my pleasure. They're besties. They're homies. I'm glad you're making friends, said Strahd, but you've got a lot of work to do before you start hitting the bars. Me? What do I have to do? You need to design and create an astrophage breeding facility. I blinked, then I shot to my feet. You're going to make an astrophage-powered ship. They all nodded. Holy cow, it's the most efficient rocket fuel ever. How much would we need to... 2 million kilograms, right? That's why you wanted to know how long it would take to make that much? Yes, said she. For a 100,000 kilogram ship, we would need 2 million kilograms of astrophage to get to Tau Ceti. And thanks to you, we now know how to activate the astrophage and make it generate thrust as well. I sat back down, pulled out my phone, and launched the calculator app. It is frying me that he's doing all of this on his phone's calculator app.
That is really funny.
He's just like a sleeper genius. This would take like a lot of energy, like more energy than the world has. It would be around 10 to 30. Oh my gosh. It would be about 10 to the third. It would be about 10 to the 23rd joules. The largest nuclear reactor on Earth makes about 8 gigawatts. It would take that reactor 2 million years to create that much energy. We have ideas for finding the energy, said Strahd. Your job is to make the breeder. Start small and get a prototype going. Okay, sure, I said, but I didn't exactly love the militaries of the world grand tour on the way here. Can I take a passenger jet home? Coach is fine. You are home, said Strahd. The flight hangar is empty. Just tell me what you need, including staff, and I'll make it happen. I looked at the others in the conference room. T, Foyt, and Dimitri all nodded. Yes, this was real. No, Strahd wasn't kidding. Why? I demanded. Why the heck can't you just be normal, Strahd? If you want fast military transport, well, okay, but why not just work at an air base or something sane people would do? Because we'll be experimenting with a bunch of astrophage once we breed it up. And if we accidentally activate even a couple of kilograms of that stuff, the resulting explosion will be bigger than the largest nuclear bomb ever made. Tsar Bomba, said Dmitri. Made by my country. 50 megatons. Boom. I love Dmitri. I think he's
becoming like my favorite.
He's my favorite side character. Absolutely.
Yes.
Strat continued. So we'd rather be out in the middle of the ocean where we won't eradicate any cities. Oh, I said. And as we get more and more astrophage, we'll go further and further out to sea. Anyway, head down to the hangar deck. I have carpenters building accommodations and offices as we speak. Pick some you like and lay claim. This is our life now, said Dmitri. Welcome. We've made it through 2 chapters in 2 hours and 15 minutes. I need water. Where's my bookmark? Where is my bookmark? There it is. Christ almighty. Let's see how much through chapter 16. That's how much you have left to read, guys. You're doing great. I'm gonna get a drink. Ow, my body. All right, Kaylee, how do we like learning about all the science?
It is definitely not what I was fully expecting, but I also did kind of just anticipate it.
I'd be curious to know how much research went into the making of this book, because this guy also wrote The Martian, which, mind you, I haven't read the book, but I did see the movie, and it's been a while. It's been a good while since I've seen it, so I don't really remember the plot. But he does a lot of like science heavy work. So I'd be curious to see how much research went into all of his books. Because this is a lot of research for this.
Yeah.
To create alien life in like the simplest form. Because usually when we think of aliens, we think of like super intelligent life forms.
Yeah.
But just like this simple little dude that's just absolutely wrecking stars, because why not?
Just felt like it.
And then all the science to accompany the experiments. Excuse me. Oh my gosh.
Unless, you know.
I'm dying. Like the experiments and the spaceship and everything else. I'd had to have like an insane amount of research behind it just to be able to create all of that. And it be like scientifically possible. And I'd be curious to see how Andy did all that. How our good friend Andy Wire managed to learn all of that.
How much longer do you think we'll go?
Give me like another 2 hours, and then I might take a break and then come back on stream later tonight to finish off the rest of what our goal was.
I might give like another hour.
That's all right. I've already
basically this chapter.
I've already said I'm in it for the long run anyways, so it is what it is. Let's see.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Chapter 6. Look, and we're probably going to get like 2 more chapters in.
Possibly. Honestly, probably.
Probably.
I'm like looking at, because I have all mine marked. I'm looking at it. I think you can get to it.
2 more done, and then
We'll see how I am after this chapter.
yeah. Well, because I mean, because I've gotten, because that would be 100 page. That would be like about 100 pages, I think.
Yeah.
And then that's just like another 100 to get through. Okay, if I'm going to die, it's got to have meaning. I'm going to figure out what can be done to stop astrophage, and then I'll send my answers off to Earth. And then I'll die. There are lots of avenues for painless suicide here, from overdosing on meds to reducing the oxygen until I fall asleep and die. Oh my gosh. Cheerful thought. I eat a delicious tube of day 4 meal 2. I think it's beef flavored. The food is getting chunkier now. Ugh.
Oh.
There are actually some solids in there. I think I'm chewing a little cube of carrot. It's nice to feel some texture in the food for a change. More water, I say. The nanny bot, as I've come to call it, quickly takes my plastic cup away and replaces it with a full one. It's funny. Yeah, basically. 3 days ago, those ceiling-mounted arms were a mechanical monster that haunted me. Now they're just there, part of life. I've found the dormitory to be a good place for thinking, now that the dead bodies are gone anyway. The lab doesn't have anywhere comfortable to relax. The control room has a nice chair, but it's cramped and has blinking lights everywhere. But the dormitory has my nice comfortable bed I can lie back on while I think about what to do next. Plus, the bedroom is where all the food comes from. He's so food motivated. I remembered a lot over the past couple of days. Looks like Project Hail Mary was a success because here I am in another star system. Tau Ceti, I assume. It makes sense that I'd mistake it for the sun. Tau Ceti is very similar to the sun as stars go. Same spectral type, color, and so on. And now I know I'm here, not just in vague terms like, oh, hey, the world's ending, make that not happen. But very specifically, find out why Tau Ceti wasn't affected by astrophage. Easy to say, hard to do. Hopefully I remember more details later. A million questions run through my mind. Some of the most important are, how do I scour an entire solar system for information about astrophage? What am I supposed to do? Throw some of my astrophage fuel at Tau Ceti to see what happens? How do I steer this ship anyway? If I do find useful information, how do I tell Earth about it? I think that's what the Beatles are for, but how do I upload data onto them? How do I aim them? How do I launch them? Why would I, of all people, be part of this mission? Yes, I worked out a bunch of stuff about astrophage, but so what? I'm a lab coat, not an astronaut. It's not like they sent Werner von Braun into space. I don't know who that is. Surely there were more qualified people. I decide to start small. First, I have to work out what this ship can do and how to control it. They put the crew in comas. They must have known it might mess with our minds. I mean, it did enough damage to your minds, I'm going to just say. There has to be an instruction manual somewhere. Flight manual, I say out loud. Ship information can be found in the control room, says the nanny bot. Where? Ship information can be found in the control room. No. Where in the control room can ship information be found? Ship information can be found in the control room. You kind of suck, I say. I make my way up to the control room and take a good look at every screen. I spend an hour in there cataloging what each area seems to say and make guesses as to what the functions are. What I'm really looking for is something like information or here to save humanity. Press this button to learn more. No such luck. After hours of poking at screens, I found nothing. I guess they figured if the crew were so brain mushy that they don't remember how to use the ship, they're probably not useful as scientists anyway. I did find out that any screen can show an instrument panel. They're pretty much interchangeable. Just tap the upper left corner and a menu shows up. Pick whatever panel you like. That's nice. You can customize what you're looking at. And the screen directly in front of me, oh my gosh, and the screen directly in front of the pilot seat is the largest. I decide on a more tactile approach. I'm going to start pushing buttons. What could possibly go wrong with that? Hopefully there's no blow up the ship button. I think Strat would have kept that from happening. Strat, I wonder what she's doing right now. Probably in a control room somewhere with the Pope making her a pup of coffee. Probably in a control room somewhere with the Pope making her a cup of coffee. She is a really domineering person, but gosh darn it, I'm glad she was in charge of making the ship happen. Now that I'm aboard it and all, her attention to detail and insistence on perfection are nice to have all around me. Anyway, I bring up the scientific instrumentation panel on the main screen. It's the same panel I spent a lot of quality time with earlier, the one that currently shows an image of Tau Ceti. It has the word helioscope in the upper left corner. I hadn't noticed that before. The left side of the screen has a bunch of icons. Other equipment, I assume. I press one at random. Tau Ceti disappears. The top left corner changes to read External Collection Unit. The screen shows a diagram of a featureless rectangle. There are some controls here and there to change the angle and to open bow side and open stern side. Okay, noted. Not sure what to do with that information. I press another icon at random. This time it changes to Petroboscope. Beyond that, there's just a black screen with an error message. Petroboscope cannot be used while spin drive is active. I say. Okay, what's a petroboscope? Best guess, a telescope and/or camera that looks specifically for the IR light that astrophage emit. It looks for the Petrova line via the Petrova wavelength, so it's a petroboscope, and we really need to stop putting Petrova in front of everything. Why can't I use it when the spin drive is active? I don't know how a spin drive works or why it's called a spin drive, but I do know I have one in the back of my ship, and it's consuming astrophage as fuel. So it's my engine. It probably activates enriched astrophage and uses them as thrust. That would mean there's a ridiculous amount of IR light coming out of the back of the ship right now, like enough to vaporize a battleship or something. I'd have to do the math to know for sure, but I can't help it. I want to do the math right now. Get a load of this guy. The engines consume 6 grams of astrophage per second. Astrophage stores... Can we give like a shorter name for it? Saying astrophage every 2 seconds is wearing down on me just a little bit. Astrophage...
Call it astro?
Maybe. Astrophage stores energy at mass. So basically, the spin drive converts 6 grams of mass into pure energy every second and spits it out the back. Well, it's the astrophage doing the work, but whatever. I bring up the utility panel on a smaller screen to my right. It has a bunch of familiar applications all ready to go. One of them is a calculator. I use it to calculate the mass conversion energy of that 6 grams. Good Lord, it's 540 trillion joules. Dang.
Dear God.
Dang. That's a lot of energy. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of joules. And the ship isn't... my phone keeps falling. Where was I? There I am. And the ship is emitting that much energy every second. So it's 540 trillion watts. I can't even fathom that amount of energy. It's considerably more than the surface of the sun. Literally. Like, you would get hit by less energy if you were on the surface of the sun than if you were standing behind the Hail Mary at full thrust. I'm decelerating right now. Have to be. The plan is to come to rest in the Tau Ceti system. So I'm probably pointed away from the star and slowing down, having spent a really long time at near light speed during the trip. Okay, so all that light energy will hit dust particles, ions, and anything else between me and Tau Ceti as I plug along. Those poor little particles will be brutally vaporized, and that'll scatter some IR light back at the ship. Not much compared to the engine output, but it would be blinding to the petroscope, which is finely tuned to look for trace amounts of that exact frequency. So, no using the petroscope with the engine on. But man, I would love to know if Tau Ceti has a Petrova line. Theoretically, any star infected with astrophage should have one, right? The little blighters need carbon dioxide to breathe. Can't get that from the star unless you go away into the core, and I don't know if even astrophage could survive those temperatures. If I see a Petrova line, that it means that Tau Ceti has an active astrophage population that for some reason hasn't grown out of control like it has everywhere else. And that line will lead to a planet that has carbon dioxide. Maybe there's some other chemical in that atmosphere that impedes the astrophage. Maybe the planet has a weird magnetic field that messes with their ability to navigate. Maybe the planet has a bunch of moons that the astrophage physically collides with. Maybe Tau Ceti just doesn't have any planets with carbon dioxide in their atmospheres. That would suck. It would mean this whole trip was for nothing and Earth is doomed. Unless you just, I don't know, like bombed Venus, I guess. Just take it off the map.
Just saying that we're good.
I don't know if you can nuke a planet, but
Well,
I mean a planet that's not Earth. Because we can very clearly nuke Earth.
I think you could definitely nuke Venus if you really wanted to.
Probably. And I mean, if the sun is dying, it's probably a valid reason for deciding to
If
nuke.
there's a will, there's a way. Okay?
There's a will, there's a way. Beans, I forgot where I am. Oh, there I am. I can speculate all day. Without data, it's just pure guesswork. And without the petroscope, I don't have data. At least, not the data I want. I turn my attention to the navigation screen. Should I mess with it? I mean, I don't know how to fly this ship. The ship does, but I don't. If I push the wrong button, I'll be dead in space. Actually, it could be worse than that. I'd be hurtling toward Tau Ceti at, I check the info on screen, 7,595 kilometers per second. Wow! A couple days ago, that was over 11,000. That's what constantly accelerating at 1.5 Gs will do for you. Or decelerating, I guess. From a physics standpoint, it's all the same. Point is, in slowing down with respect to the star. There's a button on screen that just says course. That seems reasonable to tap, right? Famous last words. Really, I should just wait until the computer feels like the trip is done, but I can't help myself. I tap the button. The screen changes to show that oh my gosh. The screen changes to show the Tau Ceti solar system. Tau Ceti itself sits at the center, denoted with the Greek letter Tau. Oh, that's what the lowercase t is on the Hail Mary crest. It's a Tau for Tau Ceti. Okay. Anyway, 4 planetary orbits are shown as thin white ellipses around the star. The location of the planets themselves are shown as circles with error bars. We don't have super accurate information on exoplanets. If I could figure out how to get the science instruments working, I could probably get much better info on those planet locations. I'm 12 light years closer to them than astronomers. I'm 12 light years closer to them than astronomers on Earth. A yellow line runs almost directly into the system from off-screen. It bends toward the stars somewhere between the 3rd and 4th planets and into a circle. There's a yellow triangle on the line, way far away from the 4 planets. Pretty sure that's me. The yellow line is my course. Above the map, it is the text. Time to engine cutoff 0005. I guess hours? Days?
I hope for his sake. Yeah, actually days. I hope days for his sake.
Yeah, I think days. 20 hours, 39 minutes, and 6 seconds. The final digit decrements once per second. Okay.
Oh, there we go. If only we just had read.
Here's the lesson, guys. Read. Just freaking read, you nerds. Oh my gosh. I'm dying. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, I learned a couple of things here. First off, I have about 5 days left, closer to 6, before the engine cuts off. Second off, the readout has 4 digits for days. That means this journey took at least 1,000 days?
Good Lord.
Over 3 years. Well, it takes 12 years to make this trip, so it should take me a long time too. Oh right, relativity. I have no idea how much time it took, or rather, I have no idea how much time I experienced. When you get going at the speed of light, you experience time dilation. More time will have gone by on Earth than I have experienced since I left Earth. Oh gosh, it's gonna come back in this class or like 90-year-olds.
Yep.
Time is of the essence here, and unfortunately, while I slept, Earth experienced at least 13 years. Oh yeah, they gonna be old now by the time it gets back.
Yep.
And even if I find a solution to the astrophage problem right now, it would take at least 13 years for that information to get back to Earth. So that means there will be an absolute minimum of 26 years of astrophage misery on Earth. I can only hope they are coming up with ways to deal with it. Or at least, what is that word? Ameliorate the damage.
I'm pretty sure that's how it's pronounced. I can't see it, or I can't read it.
Whatever that means. I mean, they wouldn't have sent the Hail Mary out if they didn't think they could survive at least 26 years, right? In any event, the trip took at least 3 years from my point of view. Is that why we were put in comas? Was there a problem with us just being awake for the duration? I only notice the tears when the first of them drops off my face. That decision to put us in comas killed 2 close friends of mine. They're gone. I don't remember a single moment with either of them, but the feeling of loss is overwhelming. I'll be joining them soon. There's no way home. I'll die out here too. But unlike them, I'll die alone. I wipe my eyes and try to think of other things. My whole species is at stake here. Judging by the path on the map, the ship will automatically put me in a stable orbit around Tau Ceti, between the 3rd and 4th planets. If I had to guess, I would say that's probably 1 AU, the distance that Earth is from the Sun. A nice, safe distance from the star. A slow orbit that takes about a year to complete. Probably longer because Tau Ceti is smaller than the Sun, so it probably has less mass. Less mass means less gravity and a slower orbital period at a given distance. Okay, I have 5 days to kill until engine cutoff. Rather than mess around with stuff, I just wait it out. Once the engines are off, I'll fire up the petroscope and see what's out there. Until then, I'll try to learn as much about the ship as I can. I'll do just about anything right now to keep from thinking about Yao and Ilyukina. That's so hard. That's so hard to be going through right now.
Oh, poor boy.
Technically, the carrier was named the People's Liberation Army Navy Gansu. I'm sorry, what? Why their navy has army in its name, I'll never know. Regardless, people stopped calling it that and started calling it Stratsvat. Okay. Despite objections from the sailors aboard, the name stuck. We wandered around the South China Sea, never getting too close to land. I'd spent a blissful week doing nothing but science. No meetings, no distractions, just experimentation and engineering. I've forgotten how much fun it was to get immersed in a task. My first breeder prototype had demonstrated another successful run. It wasn't much to look at, mostly a 30-foot long metal pipe with a bunch of ugly control equipment welded on here and there. But it did the trick. It could only generate a few micrograms of astrophage per hour. The concept was solid. I had a staff of 12 people, engineers from all over the world. A couple of Mongolian brothers were my best engineers. When I got a call from Strut to meet her in the conference room, I left them in charge. I found her alone in the meeting room. The table was strewn with papers and charts, like always. Graphs and diagrams adorned all the walls, some new, some old. Strut sat at one end of the long table with a bottle of Dutch gin and a lowball glass. I'd never seen her drink before. I need to get in a different position. My butt hurts.
Okay. We're gonna be like this for a minute. We're getting cozy up in here. Okay. Where was I? You wanted to see me, I said. She looked up. Her eyes had bags. She hadn't slept. Had any of y'all slept?
I don't think
any of you people have slept. Yeah, have a seat. I sat in the chair next to her. You look terrible. What's going on? I have to make a decision, and it's not easy. How can I help? She offered me the gin. I shook my head. She topped off her own glass. Hail Mary is going to have a very small crew compartment, about 125 cubic meters. I cocked my head. That's actually kind of big as spaceships go, right? She wiggled her hand back and forth. Big for a capsule like Soyuz or Orion, but tiny for a space station. It's about 1/10 as big as the International Space Station's crew compartment. Okay, I said, what's the problem? The problem, she picked up a manila folder and dropped it in front of me, is that the crew will kill each other. Huh? I opened the folder. Inside were lots of typewritten pages. Actually, they were scans of typed pages. Some were in English, some in Russian. What is this? During the space race, the Soviets briefly set their sights on Mars. They figured if they put people on Mars, the U.S. moon landing would be trivial in comparison. I closed the folder. The Cyrillic? Oh my goodness. The Cyrillic writing was nonsense to me, but my guess was Strat could read it. She always seemed to know whatever language was being used. She rested her chin on her hands. Getting to Mars with 1970s technology would mean using a Hohmann transfer trajectory, which means the crew would have to spend just over 8 months aboard a ship. So the Soviets tested out what happens when you put people together in a cramped, isolated environment for 7 months. For several months. And after 71 days, the men inside were getting in fistfights every day. They stopped the experiment on day 94 because one of the subjects tried to stab another one to death with broken glass.
Oh.
Lovely. How big would the crew be for the mission? My current plan is 3, she said. Okay, I said, so you're worried what happens when we send 3 astronauts on a 4-year trip in a 125 cubic meter compartment. It's not just about them getting along. Each crew member would spend the whole trip knowing that they're going to die in a few years, and that the few rooms on that ship are the only world they will know for the rest of their short lives. The psychiatrists I've talked to say that crushing depression is likely, and suicide is a real risk. Yeah, that is some rough psychology, I said. But what else can we do? She picked up a stapled sheaf of papers and slid it toward me. I picked it up and read the title, A Study of Long-Term Primate and Human Coma Patients and Detrimental After Effects. Srisuk et al. Okay, what am I looking at here? That's a study by a failed company in Thailand. She swirled the gin in her glass. Their idea was to put cancer patients into induced comas for their chemotherapy treatments. The patient gets the chemo, but doesn't have to be awake to suffer through the process. Wake them up when the cancer goes into remission, or when it's no longer treatable and it's time for hospice. Either way, they skip a lot of misery. That sounds like a great idea, I said. She nodded. It would be if it wasn't so lethal. Turns out the human body just isn't supposed to be in a coma for that long. Chemo lasts months and often needs additional rounds after that. They tried various means for medically induced comas on primates, and the primates either died during the coma or came out of it with mush for brains. So why are we talking about it? Because they did more studies, this time on historical human coma patient data. They looked at humans who had come through long comas relatively unscathed and tried to see what they had in common. They found it. Old Russian space agency documents were a mystery to me. The scientific papers were my forte for a long time. I flipped through the paper and skimmed to the findings. Gene markers, I said. Yes, she said. They found a collection of genes that gave a human coma resistance. That's what they're calling it. The sequences are in what scientists used to think was junk DNA, but apparently it's something we evolved a long time ago for some unknown reason and still lurks in some people's genetic code. Interesting. Are they sure these genes cause coma resistance? I said. They correlate, but do they cause it? Yes, they're sure. The genes are found in lower primates too. Whatever it is, it goes way back to in the evolutionary tree. There's speculation it might go all the way back to our aquatic ancestors that used to hibernate. In any event, they ran tests on primates with those genes, and they survived long comas with no side effects, every single one of them. Okay, I see where you're going with this. I put the paper down. Do DNA tests on all applicants and use only the people who have those coma resistance genes. During the trip, put the crew in comas. They don't have to experience 4 years of getting on each other's nerves or introspection about their deaths. She raised her glass to me. It gets better. Having the crew in comas makes the food situation much easier. Powdered, nutritionally balanced slurry, that's a word, pumped right into their stomachs. No need for 1,000 kilograms of diverse meals. Just powder and a self-contained water recycling system. I smiled. Seems like a dream come true, like suspended animation in sci-fi novels. Why are you drinking and stressed out? There are a couple of catches, she said. First off, we'd have to develop a completely automated monitoring and action system to take care of the coma patients. If they broke down, everyone would die. There's more to it than just monitoring vitals and pushing the right drugs through an IV. It would have to physically move and clean the patients, deal with bed sores, diagnose and treat secondary issues like inflammation and infection around the various IV and probe entry points, stuff like that. Okay, but that seems like something the global medical community could work out for us. Yeah. My phone is gone. Come back. There you are.
There I am.
Okay, but that seems like something the global medical community could work out for us, I said. Use your strop magic to boss them around or something. She took another sip. That's not the main problem. The main problem is this. On average, only 1 in every 7,000 humans has that genetic sequence. I sat back in my chair. Whoa. Yeah. We wouldn't be able to send the most qualified people. We'd be sending the 7,000th of most qualified people. 3,500th most qualified people on average, I said. She rolled her eyes. Still, I said, 1/7,000th of the world's population is 1 million people. Think of it that way. You'd have a pool of 1 million people to look through for candidates. All you need are 3. 6, she said. We need a primary crew and a backup crew. Can't have the mission fail because some guy gets hit by a car crossing the street the day before launch. That's a very specific problem you might have. 6. Okay, then 6. Yeah, 6 people of astronaut caliber who have the scientific skills necessary to work out what's going on with astrophage at Tau Ceti and who are willing to go on a suicide mission. Out of a population of 1 million, I said. 1 million. She fell silent and took another sip of gin. I cleared my throat. So you either take your chances with picking the best possible candidates, and maybe they kill each other, or you take your chances on yet to be developed medical technology to automatically care for a lower tier of talent, more or less. Either way, it's a terrible risk. It's the hardest decision I've ever had to make. Good thing you already made up your mind then, I said. Huh? She raised an eyebrow. Huh? Sure, I said. You just wanted someone to tell you what you already know. If you leave the crew awake, there's nothing you can do about the psychosis risk. But we've got years to perfect the automated coma bed technology. She scowled a bit but didn't speak. I softened my voice. Besides, we're already asking these people to die. We shouldn't ask them to suffer emotional torment for 4 years, too. Science and morality both give the same answer here, and you know it. He says this without knowing at the moment that he's going to be one of the people being shipped off.
I know.
She nodded almost imperceptibly. Then she downed the rest of her gin. All right, you can go. She slid her laptop over and began typing. I left without another I left without another word. She had her stuff to deal with, and I had mine. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pages left. The memories are coming back more smoothly now. Still can't remember everything, but it's no longer an epiphany when they happen. It's just sort of a, oh, hey, I know that. Always knew it, really. I guess I'm one of those people with coma resistance. That explains why I'm here instead of any of the far more qualified candidates that should have been sent. But Yao and Ilyukina probably have those genes too, and they didn't make it. My guess is the medical robot wasn't perfect. They must have had some medical situation arise it couldn't figure out. I shake off their memory. The next several days are an exercise of patience. I learn more about the ship to distract myself. I catalog the entire lab. Christ. One of the first things I find is a touchscreen computer in a pull-out drawer in the center table. It's actually a fantastic find because it has a bunch of research-related screens, as opposed to the panels of the control room, which are all about the ship or its instruments. I see a bunch of math and science apps, most of which are off the shelf that I'm familiar with, but the real boon is the library. As far as I can tell, this panel can bring up literally any scientific textbook ever written, every scientific paper ever published on any topic, and a whole lot more. There's one directory just called Library of Congress, and it appears to be the entire digital catalog of everything that's ever been copyrighted by in the United States. No books about the Hail Mary, unfortunately. Lord, that's a lot of stuff.
That is.
That's a lot of stuff to read. And the reference manuals. So many reference manuals. Data on top of data with data in between. I guess they figured solid state hard drives are light, so there was no reason to be stingy with information. Heck, they may have just burned the data into ROMs. I don't know what that means, but they burned it in there, I guess. They gave me reference material and stuff that can't possibly be useful. But hey, it's nice to know that if I need the average rectal temperature of a healthy goat, I can find that out. It's 103.4 degrees Fahrenheit, 39.7 degrees Celsius. That's a hot butthole. That's a hot butthole. Playing with the panel leads to my next discovery. I know how I'll report back to Earth with the beetles. I knew they'd be involved, but now I know specifics. In addition to the absurd data storage array aboard the ship, the panel also has 4 comparatively small external drives mounted: John, Paul, George, and Ringo. I wonder how they came up with the naming system for that. They're just like, yes, these things that can help us save the world. Let's name them after the Beatles.
Let's name after the Beatles.
Each one of those show 5 terabytes free. It's not a huge leap to assume that's the Beatles' data. So how do I launch them when the time comes? To find out, I head to the control room. I have to dig through a few layers of UI on the Beatles panel to find the launch command, but I find it. As far as I can tell, it's just a button labeled launch. I guess they orient themselves based on stars and head toward Earth on their own. The Hail Mary did the same thing to get here, so they know how to do it. No reason to introduce human error in the course selection. While I'm here, I poke around the scientific instrumentation screen. The first few sub-windows are the helioscope, the petroscope, and a telescope that can see in the visible spectrum, IR spectrum, and a bunch of other bands. I play with the visible light telescope. It's kind of fun. I can look at the stars. I mean, there's nothing else out there. Even Tau Ceti's planets would just be dots from where I am. But it's nice to see something. But it's nice to see the outside from my confined little world. I also found a dedicated EVA screen. It has more or less what I would have expected. There are a bunch of controls for the EVA suit itself. So an operator in the control room can manage any issue with the suit during an EVA. I don't know what an EVA is. That way, the person in the suit doesn't have to deal with it. Plus, it looks like the ship has a complicated tethering system on the hull. I guess that's just like going outside in space.
I mean, that's my guess.
Yeah. Basically, a bunch of tracks that the tether hook can run along. They really figured an EVA would be important, probably to collect local astrophage, if there is any. If Tau Ceti has a Petroba line, then there's astrophage to be collected. Getting a hold of some would be step one. Getting that down to the lab and seeing if it differs from the astrophage on Earth. Maybe it's a less virulent strain? The next 2 days are basically me worrying about what happens next. Oh, I know what happens next. I'm just worrying about it anyway. Real invalid. Totally relatable.
I've never seen a more accurate representation of my anxiety.
You're just like, yeah, me too, bro. And then I fidget in the control room and watch the seconds tick away. You're going to be in 0G, I say. You are not going to be falling. You will not be in danger. The acceleration of the ship will stop, but that's okay. I don't like roller coasters or water slides. That dropping sensation scares the pants off of me. And in a few seconds, I'm going to feel that exact sensation because the gravity I've been experiencing will stop altogether. The seconds tick off. 4, 3, 2, here we go, I said. 1, 0. Right on schedule, the engine shut off. The 1.5 Gs I've been feeling all this time vanishes. Gravity is gone. I panic. No amount of mental preparation would have worked. I straight up panic. I scream and flail around. I force myself to curl into a fetal position. It's comforting and keeps me from hitting any controls or screens. I shiver and shake as I float around the control room. I should have strapped myself to the chair, but I didn't think to. Dummy. This is who's gonna save the world, by the way. This is who's gonna save the world. I'm not falling, I scream. I'm not falling. This is just space. Everything is fine. It's not fine. I feel my stomach in my throat. I'm going to puke. Puke in 0G is not okay. I don't have a bag. I'm severely underprepared for this. I was stupid to think I could just talk myself out of a primal fear. I pull the collar of my jumpsuit open and tilt my head down. I'm just an ew. Ew. He just pukes in his own suit. That's disgusting. I puke out the entirety of day 9, meal 3 into my shirt. I hold the collar tight to my chest afterward. It's disgusting, but contained. Better than letting it float around the control room and become a choking hazard. I'm gonna start gagging.
That is disgusting.
That is disgusting. Oh gosh, I whimper. Gosh, this dude is frying me. Can I do this? Will I be rendered completely worthless from this point on? Will humanity die just because I can't handle 0G? No. I clench my teeth. I clench my fists. I clench my butt. I clench every part of me that I know how to clench.
What?
He clenched his butt.
Oh.
He's clenching the butt cheeks. I clench every part of me that I know how to clench. It gives me a feeling of control. I'm doing something by aggressively doing nothing. After an eternity, the panic begins to ebb away. Human brains are amazing things. We can get used to just about anything. I'm making the adjustment. The slight reduction of fear has a feedback effect. I know I will get less afraid now, and knowing that makes the fear subside even faster. Soon the panic dies down to fear, which diffuses into general anxiousness. I like that quote. The slight reduction of fear, like the I know I will get less afraid now, and knowing that makes the fear subside even faster. I like that.
Yeah, I like that too.
I look around the control room and nothing seems right. Nothing changed, but now there's no down. I still feel sick to my stomach. I grab my collar in case I need to puke again, but it isn't necessary. I hold it in. That's so gross that he just threw up in his shirt. And he's just holding it in there, so it's just on him. Disgusting.
Does he have a shower?
Disgusting. No, it's space. The water would just go up. It would just float around. The feeling of warm vomit squishing between my chest and jumpsuit is disgusting. I need to change. Why did you have to tell us that, man? I aim myself at the hatchway leading to the lab and kick off the bulkhead in front behind me. I float down and into the lab. The whole room is cluttered with random floating debris. I left things out on the table when I cataloged them. Now all that stuff is wandering around freely, wafting along by currents from life support air vents. Dummy, I say to myself. I really should have seen that coming. Bro spent all that time mentally preparing himself and he still fumbled. So much. I continue onward to the bedroom. Not surprisingly, it's also got junk floating everywhere. I open most of the bins in the storage areas to see what was inside. Now the bins and their contents drift to and fro. Bro left everything out. Oh, Strahd would be so mad at him right now.
Oh, extremely.
Clean me, I say to the arms. The arms don't do anything. I strip down and use the jumpsuit to wipe gross stuff away from my body. I found the sponge bath zone a few days ago. Just a sink with sponges that come out of the wall. No room for a shower, I guess. Anyway, I clean up with that stuff. I'm not sure what to do with the gross, dirty stuff. Laundry, I say? The arms okay, so the arms will do the laundry, but not... Okay.
Oh, I see. You'll clean the clothes, but not me.
The arms reach down and take the dirty jumpsuit from my hands. A panel in the ceiling opens and they put it in there somewhere. What happens when that fills up? No idea. I find a replacement jumpsuit in the flotsam and put it on. Putting on clothes in 0G is interesting. I wouldn't say it's harder, but it's different. I do manage to get the new jumpsuit on. It's a little tight. Check the name patch. It's one of Yao's jumpsuits. Well, it's not too tight, and I don't want to bounce around the bedroom all day looking for one of mine. I'll organize it all later. Bro, how are you going to do that when it's all floating around? Okay. All right, buddy. For now, I'm too excited to see what's out there. I mean, come on. I'm the first human to explore another star system, and I'm here. I launch off the floor towards the hatchway and miss. I crash into the ceiling. At least I get my arms up in time to protect my face. I bounce off the ceiling and back to the floor. It's like that test that people do with their dogs and cats, that just like levitating them close to a wall to see if they reach their paws out.
Yeah.
And he's just like a golden retriever that absolutely misses and does not put his arms out. Ow, I mumble. I try again, this time a little more slowly. Shut up. I'm trying. I try again, this time a little more slowly, and I'm successful. I coast through the lab and into the control room. Getting around sure is a lot easier when there's no gravity. I still feel queasy, but I have to admit, this is pretty fun. I pull myself into the pilot's chair and strap myself in to keep from floating away. My nose is bothering me. The navigation screen reads primary transit complete. The spin drive screen says thrust 0, but most importantly, the Petrova scope screen says ready. I rub my hands together, then blink, then reach for the screen. The interface is simple enough. One corner has an icon that is a toggle switch with 2 states, visible and Petrova. It's currently set to visible. The rest of the screen shows a visible light view from the ship. Seems like an ordinary camera. I poke at the screen and quickly realize I can pan, zoom in or out, rotate, and so on. All I see is stars in the distance. I guess I should pan around until I found...
Breaking news. No school tomorrow.
Are you kidding me?
I just got a text.
Let's freaking go!
We'll again transition to remote/virtual operations for tomorrow.
Let's go!
This will operate remotely.
Let's go! I gotta text my mom. Hold on.
The world actually does love me for once.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like I'm a person again. This is great.
I just heard like 5 people somewhere else in this dorm cheering. I just hear a chorus of people cheering in the distance.
Listen, okay. Tomorrow is my stacked day.
So you wanted...
Today, I only had 1 class. Tomorrow, I have like 3.
Dang. See, I had my 3 classes today, so...
I was like, please, dear God.
Oh, I had work tomorrow, though. I get less money for me then. Darn. Okay, so then I think I'll read like 2 more. I finish this chapter and read like 2 more, 2 or 3 more, and then we can stream tomorrow. Maybe.
What time is it? Where are we?
It's 3:58. We're currently 2 pages away, 2.5 pages away from chapter 7.
Yeah.
If we read,
I'm like looking at the top of the book. I'm like, where are we?
If we read through 8, we'll be at page 154, which is about halfway, because it would just be like another 110 pages until the goal.
Yeah.
So we could basically just do this again tomorrow.
Yeah. We might do it earlier.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
that's
I
fine.
think tomorrow I'm still gonna have like my meetings for my job.
Yeah, no worries. I can do whenever.
Lovely.
But anyways, continuing. So we're going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow because we're still snowed in. But
yes,
we'll be back tomorrow with the other half of our goal, which was 211 pages, but we're getting there. And then I guess
if need be, I can read tomorrow since we've been reading a crap ton today.
Well, but you're still on the phone.
I know, but if need be, I can get like the like login info for.
This is true. This is true. This is true. I still haven't given you the login for info for everything. Anyways.
Yeah, my 1 post is done, by the way.
Yeah. I still need to post mine today. Crap.
It's okay. I have mine.
It's okay. I'll get mine out today, and then you can get yours out like Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then I can give you the info, and you can stream tomorrow, and I can watch and be on the phone.
Yes, yippee.
Yippee. Anyways, where was I? Biscuits. Dog, where was I?
That was a fantastic question. I got really excited about the school.
I know you threw me off balance. Okay. All I see is stars. All I see is stars in the distance. I guess I should pan around until I find Tau Ceti. I swipe my finger left, just generally trying to see where the star is. I don't have a frame of reference to work with. He's going to blind himself. Every few left swipes I throw in a down swipe, just to cover all angles over time. I do finally find, oh my gosh. I just two chapters more, Natalie. 2, maybe 3. Come on. All I see I do finally find Tau Ceti, but it doesn't look like it should. A few days ago, when I looked at it with a helioscope, it looked like any other star. But now it's a solid black circle with a hazy ring of light around it. I realize why immediately. The petroboscope is a pretty sensitive piece of equipment. It's fine-tuned to spot even the smallest amounts of the Petrova wavelength. A star will give off absolutely obscene amounts of light at all wavelengths. It'd be like staring at the sun with binoculars. The equipment has to protect itself from the star. It probably has a physical metal plate that keeps it between its sensors and the star at all times. So I'm looking at the back of that plate. Good design. Thank God someone prevented him from just straight blinding himself. I reach I hate myself. I reach up to toggle the switch. This is it. If there's no Petrova line here, I don't know what to do. I mean, I'll try to figure out something, but I'll be kind of lost. I flip the toggle. The stars disappear. The hazy ring surrounding Tau Ceti remains. That's to be expected. It's the star's corona, which will be emitting plenty of light, so some of it's bound to be the Petrova wavelength. I search the image desperately. Nothing at first, but then I see it. A beautiful dark red arch coming out of the bottom left portion of Tau Ceti. I clap my hands. Yes! The shape is unmistakable. It's a Petrova line. Tau Ceti has a Petrova line. I do a wiggly little dance in my chair. It's not easy in 0G, but I give it my all. Now we're getting somewhere. There are so many experiments I'll need to do. I don't even know where to begin. I should see where the line leads, for starters. One of the planets, obviously, but which one and what's interesting about it? And I should get a sample of local astrophage to see if it's the same as what we have back on Earth. I could do that by flying into the Petrova line itself and scraping the dust off the hull with an EVA. I could spend a week just writing up a list of experiments I want to do. Sorry, someone just called me and it freaked out for a second. My phone freaked out for a second.
Oh, it's probably the
the alert system.
Yeah.
I could spend a week just writing up a list of experiments I want to do. I spot a flash on the screen. Just a quick blip of light. What's that? I say. Another clue. The flash happens again. I pan and zoom in on that portion of space. It's nowhere near the Petrova line or Tau Ceti. Maybe a reflection from a planet or asteroid? I can see now how that might happen. A highly reflective asteroid could be bouncing enough light from Tau Ceti around that I see it on the petroscope, but it's intermittent, so maybe it's an irregular shape that's rotating and the flash becomes a solid light source. It's just on now, nonstop. I peer at the screen. What's going on here? The light source becomes brighter, not instantly, just gradually over time. I watch for a minute. It seems to get brighter faster now. Is it an object heading toward me? An instant hypothesis pops into my mind. Maybe astrophage are somehow attracted to other astrophage. Maybe some subset of them saw the flare from my engines, which would be the wavelength they use, and they headed toward me. Maybe this is how they find the main migration group. So this could be a clump of astrophage headed my way, thinking I can lead them to a planet with carbon dioxide. Interesting theory, nothing to back it up though. As the steady light grows brighter, and then finally disappears. Huh, I say. I wait a few minutes, but the light does not return. I make a mental note of the anomaly, but for now, there's nothing I can do about it. Whatever it was, it's gone now. Back to the Petrova line. The first thing I want to do is find out which planet the line leads to. I guess I'll have to look out how to navigate the ship, but that's another challenge. I pan back to to look at the Petrova line. Something's wrong now. Half of it is just gone. Oh? Where did it go? Okay. It's coming out of Tau Ceti, just like it was a few minutes ago, but then it stops abruptly at a seemingly arbitrary point in space. What is going on? I'm getting hungry. That's what's going on. I might need to finish off my crackers really quick. My gosh, can people stop messaging me? Did I mess up their migration pattern maybe? If it's that easy, wouldn't we have worked that out when the Hail Mary was wandering around our own solar system? I zoom in on the cutoff point. It's just a straight line, like someone took an X-Acto knife to the whole Petrova line and threw away the scrap. A giant line of migrating astrophage doesn't just disappear. I have a similar explanation. There's something on the camera lens, some blob of debris, maybe a wad of overexcitable astrophage. That would be nice. I'd have a sample to look at right away. Maybe a visible light view will give me a better idea of what's going on. I press the toggle button, and that's when I see it. There is an object blocking my view of the Petrova line. It's right next to my ship, maybe a few hundred meters away. It's roughly triangle-shaped and it has gable-like protrusions along its hull. Yes, I said hull. It's not an asteroid. The lines are too smooth, too straight. This object was made, fabricated, constructed. Shapes like that don't occur in nature. It's a ship. Another ship. Dun dun dun!
Oh.
There's another ship in this system with me. Those flashes of light, those were its engines. It's astrophage powered, just like the Hail Mary. But the design, the shape, it's nothing like any spacecraft I've ever seen. Spacecraft I've ever seen. The whole thing is made of huge flat surfaces. The worst possible way to make a pressure vessel. No one in their right mind would make a ship that shape. No one on Earth would, anyway. I blink a few times at what I'm seeing. I gulp. This is an alien spacecraft. Made by aliens. Aliens intelligent enough to make a spacecraft. Humanity isn't alone in the universe. And I've just met our neighbors. Holy fucking shit. And on that note, I'm going to take the slightest of pauses to eat some crackers. Because I am hungry.
Well, while you do that, I have to pee.
Okay, go pee, girl. That's insane. Aliens! Different kind of aliens, at least. Sorry, guys, we're going to be on a brief intermission. Yeah, guys, it's official. We've got aliens. And not the astrophage aliens. We've got different aliens now. I'm literally burning up right now. I just heard your toilet flush. Have you returned to us? You're back?
I am back.
Gimme!
I will. How long is this chapter? Hold on. I might be able to stick for this chapter.
Okay. I'm gonna plan to get through 8, so you'll miss one, but
That's fine. I can catch up.
yeah,
Basically.
in time for tomorrow.
Yippee!
Where we read 9 through 16.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I think it can be done, especially because I tend to read kind of fast.
Fair. I like to be dramatic. I like to have fun with it.
I fear I try to read slow, and it just never works for me.
Sorry, I have people notifying me everywhere. Because one of my friends just messaged me and was like, I see you've been playing Stardew Valley, and I'm like, ayo. Why are you clocking me like that?
Calm down now.
I love Stardew Valley.
Fun fact, I've never played it.
You should. It's fun. It's just a cozy little farming game. It's very nice.
Yeah, I love cozy little games.
Okay. Now I gotta find a new position for these last 2 chapters. I can't believe we have another snow day. That's actually insane.
I know. It's usually only ever like 1.
I know. The fact that we have 2 is madness. Alright, let's see what position I find myself in this time. I'm sorry. My dad is out in this weather?
Interesting.
I guess. Oh, yeah. He has a warehouse. He works at a warehouse, so he's probably checking to make sure the warehouse is fine. Just making sure everything's alright. Alright. Let's lock in for the final 2 chapters of today. We started at what, like 4, right?
Started at what?
We started at chapter 4 today, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So we'll have read 4 chapters today. Woo!
Woo.
I'd be curious to see if the space in between chapters gets shorter from here on out.
I can't tell.
I don't know. We'll see.
I'm noticing we are spending a lot of time in we're spending more time in his like past memories
Yeah.
recently. I have noticed that.
It's because it's all starting to come back to him now. And it's
Yeah.
getting to the point where we're getting close to the launch of the Hail Mary. So it's kind of making sense because we're kind of getting to the point where the exposition is about to end. Because we'll be fully caught up to when he got
comatized. I don't know if that's actually a word, but I'm going with it.
We're coining it now.
Yeah, we're nearing the part where he's getting comatized and put on the ship and sent out there. And by then, we'll know what happens because it'll be at the beginning when he wakes up, has no idea who he is and all that. So I suspect after the next chapter or two, it'll just be plot progression where, oh hey, there's other aliens now, and we also need to figure out what happened, how to save Earth. So I'd say exposition is nearly done, and I think that's why a lot of these chapters are so long, is because a lot of it is exposition. Now that being said, we're still in the same, we're not in a flashback area right now, but anyways, chapter 7. Let's do this. A flood of thoughts hit me all at the same time. We're not alone. This is an alien. That ship is weird. How does the engineering of that work? Do they live here? Is this their star? Am I starting an interplanetary incident by wandering into alien territory? Breathe, I tell myself. Okay, one thing at a time. What if this is another ship from Earth? One I don't remember? Heck, it took me a few days to remember my name. Maybe Earth sent multiple ships with different designs? For redundancy or to increase the odds that at least one of them works? Maybe that ship is the Praise Allah or the Blessings of Vishnu or something? That's crazy. That's hilarious. I look all around the control room. There are screens and controls for everything, but there's nothing for a radio. The EVA panel has some radio controls, but that's obviously just for talking to crewmates when they're outside. If they'd sent multiple ships, surely they would have had some radio system, so we could talk to each other. Also, that ship, it's insane. I cycle through the navigation console screens until I find the radar panel. I noticed it earlier, but didn't think much of it. I assume it's there so I can get near asteroids or other objects and not collide with them. After a few halting attempts, I manage to turn it on. It immediately spots the other ship and sounds an alarm. The shrill noise hurts my ears. Whoa, 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 I say. I frantically scan the panel until I see a bait up. Oh my gosh. Lock in, Natalie. I frantically scan the panel until I see a button labeled Mute Proximity Alert. I press it and the noise stops. I scan the rest of the screen. There's a lot of data here, all in a window titled blip/A. I guess if there were multiple contacts, I'd get multiple windows. Whatever. It's all just raw numbers about the reading. Nothing useful like an isometric Star Trek scan or something. Velocity is 0. They have matched my velocity exactly. That can't be a coincidence. Range is 217 meters. I'm assuming that's the distance to the closest part of the other ship. Or maybe the average. No, it would be the closest part. The point of this system is probably to avoid collisions. Speaking of collisions, 217 meters is ridiculously small. 217 meters is a ridiculously small.
Oh my goodness.
I want to go home. I want an ice cream sandwich. Oh, Jimmy Crimmett. Okay. 217 meters is a ridiculously small distance compared to the size of a solar system. There's no way this is a coincidence. That ship positioned itself here on purpose because I'm here. Another reading. Angular width, about 35.44 degrees. Okay, some basic math should handle this. I bring up the utility panel on the main screen and launch the calculator app. This man and his calculator apps. This man and his calculator apps. Something 217 meters away is occupying 35.44 degrees of the view. Presuming the radar can see in all 360 degrees, it would be a pretty cruddy radar if it couldn't. I typed some numbers. I love how he still says like things like cruddy in some circumstances, but in other circumstances, he's just full out cussing.
I know.
I typed some numbers into the calculator to do an arctan operation, and the ship is 139 meters long, roughly. I bring the astrophage panel up on another screen. The little map there shows that the Hail Mary is just 47 meters long. So yeah, the alien ship is 3 times the size of mine. There's no way Earth sent something that big. I didn't realize it was that big. Oh my gosh. And the shape. What is up with that shape? I turn my attention back to the petroscope, which is now just acting as a camera. The center of the ship is diamond shape, a rhombus. Well, I guess it's an octahedron, actually. Look, looks like it has 8 faces, each triangular. That part alone is about the size of my ship. Actually. The diamond is connected by 3 thick rods, I don't know what else to call them, to a wide trapezoidal base that looks like it might be the rear. And in front of the diamond is a narrow stalk, just making up terms at this point, that has 4 flat panels attached parallel to the main ship axis. Maybe solar panels? The stalk continues forward into a pyramid-shaped nose pyramid, I guess. Every part of the hull is flat. Even the rods have flat faces. It's like it's built in Minecraft. Why would anyone do that? Flat panels are a terrible idea. I don't know anything about who made this, but presumably they need some kind of atmosphere inside, right? Huge flat panels are awful at that. Maybe this is just a probe and not an actual ship. That would be a pretty big probe then. Maybe there's no atmosphere inside because there's nothing alive inside. I might be looking at an alien artifact instead of a ship. Still the most exciting moment in human history. So it's astrophage powered. And that was the steady Petrova frequency glow I saw earlier. Interesting that they have the same propulsion tech as we do, but considering it's the best energy storage medium possible, that's not a surprise. When European mariners first came across Asian mariners, no one was surprised they both used sails. But the why, that's what gets me. Some entity aboard, either a computer or a crew, decided to come to my ship. How did they even know I was here? Same way I saw them, I guess. Massive IR light coming off my engines. And since the rear of my ship was pointed at Tau Ceti, that means I was shining a 540 trillion watt flashlight in their direction. Yeah, it'd be pretty noticeable, yeah. Depending on where they were at the time, I might have appeared even brighter than Tau Ceti itself, at least in the Petrova frequency. So they can see the Petrova frequency, and so can I. I flipped through the spine drive. Oh my gosh. I flipped through the spin drive console screens until I find one labeled manual control. When I select it, a warning dialog pops up. Manual control is recommended only for emergencies. Are you sure you want to enter manual control mode? I tap yes. It brings up another dialog. Second confirmation, type YES to enter manual control mode. I groan and type YES. The panel finally takes me to the manual control screen. It's a bit scary, not because it's complex, but because it's so simple. There are 3 sliders labeled Drive 1, Drive 2, and Drive 3, each presently at 0. The top of each slider is labeled 10 to the 7th power N. The N must mean newtons, a unit of force. I guess if I threw all 3 drives to maximum, it would give me 30 million newtons. That's about 60 times the thrust a jumbo jet's engines produce during takeoff. Science teachers know a lot of random facts. Boy, do they ever. Good Lord. There are a bunch more little sliders in groups labeled yaw, pitch, and roll. Yaw. I wonder what that means. Please tell me what yaw means. There must be little spin drives on the sides of the ship to adjust its orientation. I can definitely see why it's a bad idea to mess with this panel. One screw up and I'll put the ship into a spin that tears it apart. But at least they thought of that. There's a button in the middle of the screen labeled 0 all rotation. Good. I check the petroboscope again. Blip A hasn't moved. It's on my port side and slightly forward. I flick the petroboscope back to Petrova frequency mode and the screen turns mostly black. As before, I can see the Petrova line in the background, occluded by Blip A. Let's see if you have anything to say, I mumble. Spin drive 2 is in the center of the ship. Its thrust will be along my central axis and hopefully won't introduce attitude change. We'll see. I set it to 0.1% power for 1 second, then back to 0. Even with just one engine at 1/1000th power for 1 second, the ship drifts a bit. The velocity value for Blip A on the radar panel shows 0.086 something m/s. That means something per second. I guess meters per second? That'd be my best guess.
Maybe?
That's my best guess. That tiny thrust set my ship moving about 8 centimeters per second. But I don't care about that. I care about the other ship. I watch the petroboscope. A bead of sweat separates from my forehead and floats away. I feel like my heart is going to beat out of my chest. Then the rear of the ship lights up in the Petrova frequency for 1 second, just like I did. Wow. I flick the drive on and off several times. 3 short bursts, a long one, and 1 more short one. There's no message there. I just want to see what they do with it. They were more prepared this time. Within seconds, the other ship repeats the pattern. I gasp, and I smile. Then I wince, then I smile again. This is a lot to take in. That was too fast for any probe to respond. If it had remote control or something, the controllers would have to be at least a few light minutes away. There's just nothing around here that could be housing them. There is an intelligent life form aboard that ship. I am about 200 meters away from an honest-to-God alien. I mean, my ship is powered by aliens, but this new one is intelligent. Oh my gosh, this is it. First contact. I'm the guy who meets aliens for the first time. The Blip A, that's what I'm calling their ship for now, fires up its engines again briefly. I watch closely to memorize the sequence, but it's just a single low-intensity light. They're not signaling, they're maneuvering. I check the radar panel. Sure enough, the Blip A brings itself alongside the Hail Mary and holds position at 217 meters. I flick through the scientific panel to bring the normal telescope cameras back up. What percentage is my phone at? 28%. We'll be fine. How many pages we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be fine. I flick through the scientific panel to bring the normal telescopic cameras back up. The petroboscope's normal light camera is just to orient things for the main scope itself. The telescope has much better resolution and clarity. I guess I'm too excited to think clearly because it took me until now to think of it. The image is far clearer through the main telescope. I guess it's just an insanely high resolution camera because I can still zoom in and out with no loss of clarity. I have a very good view of the Blip A now. The ship's hull is mottled gray and tan. The pattern seems random and smooth, like someone started mixing paint but stopped way too early. I spot motion in the corner of the screen. An irregular-shaped object slides along the track of the hull. It's a stalk sticking up with 5 articulated arms coming out of the top. Each arm has a clamp-like hand on the end. It's only now that I notice a network of tracks along the hull. It's a robot, something controlled from the inside. At least, I assume it is. It doesn't look like a little green man, and it certainly doesn't look like an alien EVA suit. Not that I have any idea what either of those things would look like. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a hull-mounted robot. Space stations back at Earth have them. They're a nice way to do stuff outside your ship without having to suit up. The robot works its way along the hull until it reaches the spot closest to the Hail Mary. One of its little clamps holds a cylindrical object. I don't really have a sense of scale, but the robot is tiny compared to the ship. I feel like it's about my size or maybe smaller, but that's a wild guess. The robot stops, reaches toward my ship, and gently releases the cylinder into space. The cylinder moves slowly toward me. It has a slight rotation end over end. Not perfect, but still a very smooth release. I check the radar panel. The blip A is at velocity 0, and there's a blip B screen now. It shows the much smaller cylinder approaching at 8.6 centimeters per second. Interesting. That's the exact same velocity I moved the Hail Mary a moment ago while flashing the engine to say hi. That can't be a coincidence. They want me to have that cylinder, and they want to deliver it to me at a velocity they know I'm comfortable working with. Very considerate of you, I say. These are smart aliens. I have to assume friendly intent at this point. I mean, they're going out of their way to say hi and be accommodating. Besides, if there is hostile intent, what would I do about it? Die. That's what I do. I'm a scientist, not Buck Rogers. Okay, buddy. Well, I mean, I guess I could point the spin drives at their ship, fire them up, which would vaporize. You know what? I'm just not going to think along those lines right now. Some quick math tells me the cylinder will take over 40 minutes to reach me. I have that long to get in the EVA suit, go outside, position myself on the hull for humanity's first touchdown pass reception with an alien quarterback. My God, the nerd speaks sport.
Oh,
That's
my
wild.
Goodness.
I learned a lot about the airlock when I was giving my crewmates a burial in space, and Ilyakina would have loved this moment. She would have been absolutely bouncing around the cabin with excitement. Yao would have been stoic and stoic. I know how to say that word, I just can't right now. Stoic and steady, but he would have cracked a smile when he thought we weren't looking. The tears ruined my vision. Lacking gravity, they coat my eyes. It's like trying to see underwater. I wipe them off and fling them across the control room. They splatter onto the opposite wall. I don't have time for this. I have an alien thingy to catch. I unhook the belt on the chair and float over to the airlock. My mind is a whirl of ideas and questions, and I'm jumping into wild, unfounded conclusions left and right. Maybe this intelligent alien species invented astrophage. Maybe they genetically engineered it specifically to grow spaceship fuel, the ultimate in solar power. Maybe once I explain what's happening to Earth, they'll have a solution. Or maybe they'll board my ship and lay eggs in my brain. You can never be sure. I open the inner airlock door and pull out the EVA suit. So, do I have any idea how to get into this thing? Or how to safely use it? Brother!
Good lord.
This
guy's like killing me.
Just a little bit. I disabled the chrysalis lock on the Orlan MKS2 EVA suit and opened the rear hatch. I activate main power by flicking a switch on the belt. The suit boots up almost immediately, and the status panel attached to the chest component reads, "All systems functional." What the heck? I know everything that's going on in here. We were probably trained on this thing extensively. I know it the same way I know physics. It's there in my mind, but I don't remember learning it. The Russian-made suit is a single-pressure vessel. Unlike American models where you have the top and the bottom on, then a bunch of complex stuff for the helmet and gloves, the Orlan series is basically a onesie with a hatch in the back. You step into it, close the hatch, and you're done. It's like an insect molting in reverse. I open the back and wriggle into the suit. 0G is a boon here. I don't have to fight with the suit nearly as much as I normally would. Weird. I know this is easier than other times I've done it, but I don't remember any other times I've done it. I think I have brain damage from that coma. I'm functional enough for now. I press on. Like I may have some brain damage, but who knows? Who cares? 6'7" or whatever. I get my arms and legs into their respective holes. The jumpsuit is uncomfortable in the Orlan. I'm supposed to be wearing a special undergarment. I even know what it looks like, but it's just for temperature regulation and biomonitoring. I don't have time to find it in the storage area. I have a date with a cylinder. That's such a weird thing to say.
I have a date with a cylinder.
Now in the suit, I push steadily against the airlock wall with my legs to push the open rear flap to the wall. Oh my gosh, I need water. I'm losing my voice.
Get your water, girl.
I clearly don't read out loud nearly enough. Oh my gosh. I push steadily against the airlock wall with my legs to push the open rear flap to the wall. Once it gets to within a few centimeters, I should say, this is Russian made after all, a light turns green on the chest-mounted status panel. I reach up to the panel with my thickly gloved hand and press the auto seal button. The suit ratchets the opening closed with a series of loud clicks. With a final clunk, the outer seal locks into place. My status board reads green, and I have 7 hours of life support available. Internal pressure at 400 hectopascals, about 40% of Earth's atmosphere at sea level. That's normal for spacesuits. I'm learning measurements things I've never even heard of. Okay. Hello, hectopascals. The whole process took only 5 minutes. I'm ready to go outside. Interesting, I didn't have to go through a decompression step. On space stations back at home, astronauts have to spend hours in airlocks slowly acclimating to the low pressure needed for the EVA suit before they can go out. I don't have that problem. Apparently, the entire Hail Mary is at that 40% pressure. Good design. The only reason space stations around Earth have a full atmosphere of pressure is in case the astronauts have to abort and return to Earth in a hurry. But for the Hail Mary crew, where would we go? May as well use the low pressure all the time. Makes things easier on the hull and lets you do rapid EVAs. I take a deep breath and let it out. Soft whir comes from somewhere behind me and cool air flows along my back and shoulders. Air conditioning. It's nice. Air conditioning in the spacesuit. I grab a handhold and spin myself around. I pull the inner airlock door closed and then rotate the primary lever to begin the cycling sequence. A pump fires up. It's louder than I would have thought. It sounds like an idling motorcycle. I keep my hand on the lever. Pushing it back to the original position will cancel the cycle and repressurize. If I even see even a hint of a red light on my suit panel, I'm going to throw that lever so fast it'll make my head spin. After a minute, the pump grows quieter, then quieter still. It's probably as loud as it ever was, but with the air leaving the chamber, there's no way for the noise to get to me other than through my feet touching the Velcro pads on the floor. Why is Velcro everything in this? Who would have thought Velcro would be so essential for space? Finally, the pump stops. I'm in total silence aside from the fans inside the suit. The airlock controls show that the pressure inside is 0 and a yellow light turns green. I'm clear to open the outer door. I grab the hatch crank, then hesitate. What am I doing? I say. Is this really a good idea? I want that cylinder so badly, I'm just plowing ahead without any sort of plan. Is this worth risking my life over? Yes, unequivocally. Notice how I said that word, no issues whatsoever.
But stoic.
Brother, okay, but is it worth risking the lives of everyone on Earth over? Because if I mess up and die out there, then the whole Hail Mary project will have been in vain. Yes, it's still worth it. I don't know what these aliens are like, what they want, or what they're planning to say, but they will have information. Any information, even stuff I'd rather not know, is better than none. Bro took a second to be like, is contacting this alien worth the entirety of humanity? And he said yes in like 2 seconds. I spin the handle and open the door. The empty blackness of space lies beyond. The light of Tau Zeta glistens off the door. I pick Tau Ceti? I don't know. I peek my head out and see Tau Ceti with my own eyes. At this rate, it's a little less bright than the sun as seen from Earth. I double check my tether to make darn sure that I'm attached. Then I set out into space. I'm good at this. I must have practiced a lot. Maybe in a neutral buoyancy tank or something. But it comes as second nature to me. I exit the airlock and clamp one of my tethers to a rail on the outside hull. Always have 2 tethers, and always have at least one attached. That way, you're never at risk of floating away from the ship. The Orlan MKS-2 is possibly the best EVA suit ever made, but it doesn't have a safer unit like NASA's EMU suit. NASA's EMU suit.
The emu suit.
The EMU suit. At least with a safer unit, you have minimal thrust capability to return to the ship if you fall adrift. I'm sorry. All that information floods into my mind at once. I guess I've put a lot of time and thought into spacesuits. Maybe I'm our crew's EVA specialist? I don't know. I flip up the sun visor and peer towards the blip A. I wish I could glean some special insight by seeing in person, but it's pretty far away. The Hail Mary's telescope gave me a much better view. Still, there's something unique about staring directly at an alien spacecraft. I catch a glint of the cylinder. Every now and then, the flat ends of the gently tumbling cylinder reflect tau light. I received tau light as a word, by the way. Light from Tau Ceti. It's not sunlight. Tau Ceti isn't the sun, so tau light. Brother. I still have a good 20 minutes before... Bro went out like 20 minutes before it's going to reach him. What are you going to do out there? What are you going to do out there? What are you going to do out there?
He's gonna float there and twiddle his thumbs. Like, oh,
The alien just sees him. The alien just sees him out there twiddling his thumbs just on the hull of the ship.
Yeah.
I still have a good 20 minutes before the cylinder reaches the ship. I watch it for a while to guess where it'll hit. It'd be nice to have a crewmate inside. It'd be nice to have a crewmate inside of the radar station. Be nice to have a crewmate at all. Hey, you might get one, buddy. After 5 minutes, I have a good bead on the cylinder. It's headed for roughly the center of the ship. It's as good a place as any for aliens to aim for. I make my way across the hull. The Hail Mary is pretty big. My little pressurized area is only half its length, and the back half flares out to be 3 times as wide. Most of that will be empty now, I guess. It used to be full of astrophage for my one-way trip here. The hull is crisscrossed with rails and latch points for EVA tethering. Tether by tether, rail by rail, I make my way toward the center of the ship. I have to step over a thick ring. It circles the crew compartment area of the ship. It's a good 2 feet thick. I don't know what it is, but it must be pretty heavy. Mass is everything when it comes to a spaceship design, so it must be important. I'll speculate about that later. It's like a destruct device or something. Like when the mission is complete and the little beetles are out.
It's like a little detonation thing.
Yeah, it just destroys them. I continue along one hull latch point at a time until I'm roughly in the center of the hull. The cylinder creeps closer. I adjust my position a tad to keep up with it. After an excruciatingly long wait, it's almost within reach. I wait. No need to get greedy. If I paw at it too early, I might knock it off course and into space. I'd have no way of recovering it. I don't want to look dumb in front of the aliens. Bro's priorities. Okay. Are everywhere right now. Because they're surely watching me right now. Probably counting my limbs, noting my size, figuring out what part they should eat first, whatever. Okay,
Much
so.
my social security number.
Imagine they find out a social security number. They're like, what is this? What is this here?
Your number?
You are a number? I let the cylinder get closer and closer. It's moving less than 1 mile per hour. Not exactly a bullet pass. Now that it's so close, I can estimate its size. It's not big at all. About the size and shape of a coffee can. It's a dull gray color with splotches of slightly darker gray randomly here and there. Similar to the Blip A's hull, kind of. Different color, but same blotchiness. Maybe it's a stylistic thing. Random splotches are in this season or something. Ryland, please. The cylinder floats into my arms and I grab it with both hands. It has less mass than I expected. It's probably hollow. It's a container. There's something inside they want me to see. I hold the cylinder under one arm and use the other to deal with tethers. I hurry back to the airlock. It's a stupid thing to do. There's no reason to hurry, and it literally endangers my life. One slip off and I'd be off in space. But I just can't wait. He spends so much time with children. He's a literal child at this point. It's okay. We love him. We love him, though.
There's some age regression during that coma.
Shh, listen. I get back into the ship, cycle the airlock, and float into the control room with my prize in hand. I open the Orland suit, already thinking about what tests I'll run on the cylinder. I have a whole lab to work with. The smell hits me immediately. I gasp and cough. The cylinder is bad.
Shocking. Who could have foreseen this?
No, not bad, but it smells bad. I can barely breathe. The chemical smells familiar. What is it? Cat pee? Ammonia. It's ammonia.
Lord.
Not the ammonia cylinder. Okay, I wheeze. Okay, think.
I win.
Shut up. I wheeze. Okay, think. My gut instinct is to close the suit again, but that would just trap me in a small volume with the ammonia that's already in here. Better to let the cylinder air out in the larger volume of the ship. Ammonia isn't toxic, at least not in small quantities. And the fact that I can still breathe at all tells me it's a small quantity. If it weren't, my lungs would have caustic burns, and I'd be unconscious or dead now. As it is, there's just a bad smell. I can handle a bad smell. Me in my classes. with my stanky classmates. I climb out the back of the suit while the cylinder floats in the middle of the console room. Now that it's not a shock anymore. Oh my goodness. I can handle the ammonia. It's no worse than using a bunch of Windex in a small room. Unpleasant, but not dangerous. I grab the cylinder, and it's hot as heck. I yelp and pull my hands away. This dude. I blow on them for a moment and check for burns. It wasn't too bad, not stovetop hot, but hot. Grabbing it with my bare hands was stupid, flawed logic.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, it was.
I'd assumed that since I'd been holding it earlier, it was okay to do now. But earlier, I had very thick spacesuit gloves protecting my hands. You've been a bad alien cylinder, I say to it. You need a timeout.
Lord.
You need a timeout. Ryland, please. I pull my arm into my sleeve and wrap my hand in the cuff. I use my now protected knuckles to nudge the cylinder into the airlock. He just got his shirt covering and just dink,
He's like a cat pawing at something that isn't sure what to do with.
dink, dink, dink. Once it's in, I close the door. I'll let it be for now. It'll cool down to ambient air temperature eventually, and while it does, I don't want it floating randomly around my ship. I don't think there's anything in the airlock that can get hurt by some heat. How hot was it? Well, I had both hands on it, like an idiot, for a fraction of a second. My own reaction time was enough to keep me from getting burned, so it's probably less than 100 degrees Celsius. I open and close my hands a few times. They don't hurt anymore, but the memory of the pain lingers. Where'd the heat come from? I mumbled. The cylinder was out in space for a good 40 minutes. Over that time, it should have radiated heat via blackbody radiation. It should be cold, not hot. I'm about 1 AU from Tau Ceti, and Tau Ceti has half the luminosity of the sun. So I don't think the Tau light could have heated the cylinder up that much. Definitely not more than blackbody radiation would cool it down. So either it has a heater inside of it, or it was extremely hot when it started its trip. I guess I'll find out soon enough. It's not very heavy, so it's probably thin. If there's no internal heat source, it'll cool off very fast in the air here. The room still smells like ammonia. Yuck. I float down to the lab. I don't know where to begin. So many things I want to do. Maybe I should start by just identifying the material the cylinder is made of. Something harmless to the Blip A's crew might be really incredibly toxic to me, and neither of us would know it. Maybe I should check for radiation. He's getting radiation poisoning, I swear. I drift down to the lab table and put out a hand to steady myself. I'm getting better at the zero-G thing. I think I remember seeing an astronaut documentary saying some people handle it fine, while others really struggle. Looks like I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm using lucky loosely here. I'm on a suicide mission, so yeah. The lab is a mystery. It has been for a while. It's clearly set up with the idea that there will be gravity. It has tables, chairs, test tube trays, etc. There's none of the usual stuff you would expect to see in a weightless environment. No Velcro on the walls, no computer screens at all angles, no efficient use of space. Everything assumes that there will be a floor. The ship can accelerate just fine, for a good long time too. It had me at 1.5 Gs for probably a few years, but they can't expect me to just leave the engines on and fly in circles to keep gravity in the lab, right? I look around at each piece of lab equipment and try to relax my mind. There has to be a reason for this, and it's in my memories somewhere. The trick is to think about what I want to know, but not stress about it too much. It's like falling asleep. You can't really do it if you concentrate on it too hard. So many top-of-the-line pieces of equipment. I let my mind wander as I scan across them all. And that is chapter 8. Do you have to go now?
Yes, I think I shall go wander myself.
Okay. Where do I keep putting my bookmark? There it is. All right. To everyone, and to the 2 people, one of which is Kaylee, I think. to the other person out there, say bye to Kaylee. Bye, Kaylee.
It's my boyfriend.
Oh. Of course. Anyways, say bye to Kaylee. I will be staying to read one more chapter of Project Hail Mary, and then I will end the stream. But she has to leave because she's got stuff to do. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I will do one more chapter, and then I will be done because it has been nearly 5 hours. And this has been a fun journey, but I'm also hungry and wanting to do something else. But I want to see where this chapter leads. But I also really need to charge my poor phone. All right, one more sip of water, and then we're on. Let's get this bread. How many pages are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. By the time we reached Geneva, I'd completely lost track of what day it was. The computer models for the astrophage breeder weren't lining up with the real-world performance, though I had managed to breed up almost 6 grams of astrophage so far. When all was said and done, the aircraft carrier's reactor just couldn't generate enough heat to speed up the reaction any further. Strott kept vaguely saying they were going to provide a heat source capable of keeping up, but nothing had come of it yet. I typed away on my computer, even as the luxury private jet came to a halt at the gate. Strott had to nudge me to make me stop working at all. 3 hours later, we waited in a conference room. Always a conference room. My life was a collection of conference rooms these days. This one was nicer than most, at least, with fancy wood paneling and a stylish mahogany table. It was really something. Strott and I didn't talk. I worked on heat transfer rate coefficients while she typed away on her laptop doing gosh knows what. We spent enough time together as it was. Finally, a dour-looking woman entered the room and sat across from Strahd. "Thank you for seeing me, Strahd." "Thank you for seeing me, Miss Strahd," she said with a Norwegian accent. "No need to thank me, Dr. Loken," she said. "I'm here against my will." I looked up from my laptop. "You are? I thought you scheduled this." She didn't take her eyes off the Norwegian. "I scheduled it because I had 6 different world leaders on the phone at the same time nagging me to do it. I finally relented." "And you are?" Logan asked me. "Ryland Grace." She actually backed away. "The Ryland Grace, author of An Analysis of Water-Based Assumptions and Recalibration of Expectations for Evolutionary Models? "Yeah, got a problem with that?" I said. Strahd half smiled at me. "You're famous." "Infamous," said Logan. His childish paper was a slap in the face to the entire scientific community. "This man works for you? Absurd. All his assumptions about alien life were proven wrong." I scowled. "Hey, my claim is life doesn't need water to evolve. Just because we found some life that does use water doesn't mean I'm wrong. Of course it does. 2 life forms independently evolved to require water." "Independently," I snorted. "Are you out of your mind? Do you honestly think something as complicated as mitochondria would evolve the same way twice? This is obviously a panspermia event." She waved off my statement as if it were an annoying insect. "Astrophage mitochondria is very different from Earth mitochondria. They clearly evolve separately. They're 98% identical." "Ahem," said Strahd. "I don't really get what you're fighting about, but can we?" I pointed at Logan. "This idiot thinks astrophage evolved independently, but it's obvious astrophage and Earth life are related." "That's fascinating, but..." Logan slapped the table. "How could a common ancestor have gotten across interstellar space? The same way astrophage does it." She leaned toward me. "Then why haven't we seen interstellar life all along?" I leaned toward her. "No idea. Maybe it was a fluke." "How do you explain the differences in mitochondria? 4 billion years of divergent evolution." "Stop," Strahd said calmly. "I don't know what this is. Some sort of science-related pissing contest? That's not what we're here for. Dr. Grace, Dr. Logan, please sit down." I plopped into my seat and folded my arms. Logan sat as well. Strahd fiddled with a pen. "Dr. Logan, you've been hassling governments to hassle me. Over and over, day in and day out. I know you want to be involved in Project Hail Mary, but I won't make it a huge international mess. We don't have time for the politicking and kingdom building that always happens on big projects." "I'm not happy to be here either," Logan said. "I'm here at great inconvenience to me as well as you, because this was the only way to tell you a critical design flaw in the Hail Mary." Strahd sighed. "We sent out those preliminary designs for general feedback, not command appearances in Geneva. Then file this under general feedback. Could have been an email. You would have deleted it. You have to listen to me, Strahd. This is important." Strahd twirled the pen around a few more times. "Well, I'm here. Go ahead." Logan cleared her throat. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but the entire purpose of the Hail Mary is to be a laboratory. One we can send to Tau Ceti to see why that star and that star alone is immune to astrophage." "That's right," she nodded. "Then would you also agree that the lab aboard the ship itself is the most important component?" "Yes," Strahd said. "Without it, the mission is meaningless." "Then we have a serious problem." Logan pulled several sheets of paper from her purse. "I have a list of lab equipment you want aboard. Spectrometers, DNA sequencers, microscopes, chemistry lab glassware." "I'm aware of the list," Strahd said. "I was the one who signed off on it." Logan dropped the papers on the table. "Most of this stuff won't work in 0G. Strahd rolled her eyes. "We've thought of that, of course. Companies all over the world are working on 0G related versions of this equipment as we speak." Logan shook her head. "Do you have any idea how much research and development went into making electron microscopes, gas chromatographs, everything else on this list? A century of scientific advances brought about by failure after failure. You want to just assume that making these things 0G functional is going to work on the first try? I don't see any way around it unless you invented artificial gravity." "We have invented artificial gravity," Logan insisted, "a long time ago."
Strahd shot me a look. Obviously that had caught her off guard. I think she means a centrifuge, I said. I know she means a centrifuge, Strahd said. What do you think? I hadn't thought of it before. I guess it could work. Strahd shook her head. No, that won't fly. We have to keep things simple as possible. Big, solid ship, minimal moving parts. The more complications we have, the more points of failure we risk. Sorry, I have to change position again. It's worth the risk, said Logan. We'd have to add a huge counterweight to the Hail Mary to even make that work, Strahd pursed her lips. I'm sorry, but we barely have enough energy to make the astrophage for the current mass limit. We can't just double it. Wait, we have enough energy to make all the fuel? When did that happen? I said. You don't need to add mass, Logan said. She pulled another paper from her purse and slapped it down on the table. If you take the current design, cut it in half between the crew compartment and the fuel tanks, two sides will have a good mass ratio for a centrifuge. Strahd peered at the diagram. You put all the fuel on the same side. That's 2 million kilograms. No, I shook my head. The fuel will be gone. They both looked at me. It's a suicide mission, I said. The fuel will be gone when they get to Tau Ceti. Logan picked a split point where the back of the ship will weigh 3 times as much as the front. It's a good mass ratio for a centrifuge. It could work. Look, thank you, said Logan. How do you cut a ship in half? Asked Strahd. How does it become a centrifuge? Logan flipped the diagram over to reveal a detailed image showing a ferry between the two ship halves. Spools of Xylon cabling between the crew compartment and the rest of the ship. We could simulate 1 g of gravity with 100 meters of separation. Strahd pinched her chin. Had someone actually changed her mind on something? I don't like complexity, she said. I don't like risk. This removes complexity and risk, Logan said. The ship, the crew, the astrophage, it's all just a support system for the lab equipment. You need reliable equipment. Stuff that's been in use for years with millions of man-hours of commercial use. Every imaginable kink has been worked out of those systems. You have 1 g. If you have 1 g of gravity, to make sure they'll be in the environment they were protected for, you get the benefit of all that reliability. Said Strahd. Grace, your thoughts? I think it's a good idea. Really? Yeah, I said. I mean, we already have to design the ship to withstand 4 years of constant acceleration at 1.5 Gs or so. It's going to be pretty solid. She took a longer look at Logan's diagram. Wouldn't this make the artificial gravity in the crew area upside down? And she was right. The Hail Mary was designed so that down was toward the engines. As the ship accelerates, the crew is pushed down to the floor. But inside a centrifuge, down is always away from the center of rotation. So the crew would all be pushed toward the nose of the ship. Yes, that would be a problem. Logan pointed to the diagram. The cables didn't attach directly to the crew compartment. They attached to 2 large discs on either side. The cabling attaches to these big hinges. The whole front half of the ship can rotate 180 degrees. So when they're in a centrifuge mode, the nose will face inward toward the other half of the ship. Inside the crew compartment, the force of gravity will be away from the nose, same as when the engines are thrusting. Strahd took it in. This is a fairly complicated piece of machinery, and you'll be breaking the ship into 2 parts. You honestly think this is less of a risk? Less risk than using brand new, insufficiently tested equipment. Trust me, I've used sensitive equipment most of my career, I said. It's finicky and delicate even in ideal conditions. Strahd picked up her pen and tapped it on the table several times. Okay, we'll do it. Logan smiled. Excellent. I'll write up a paper and send it along to the UN. We can form a committee. No, I said, we'll do it. Strahd stood up. You're with us now, Dr. Logan. Pack a bag and meet us at Geneva Airport. Terminal 3, private plane called Strahd. What? I work for ESA. I can't just... Yeah, don't bother, I said. She's going to call your boss or your boss's boss or whatever and have you assigned to her. You just got drafted. I wasn't volunteering to design it personally, said Logan protested. I only meant to point out, I never said you volunteered, Strahd said. It's not voluntary at all. You can't just force me to work for you. But Strahd was already walking out of the room.
Meet us at the airport in 1 hour, or I'll have the Swiss gendarmerie drag you there in 2 hours. Your call. Logan stared at the floor, flabbergasted, then back to me. You get used to it. I need to know who Strahd is and why she has this much power. That's insane. Just be like, oh yeah, you know this? Oh yeah, you're coming with us now. The ship is a centrifuge. I remember it all now. That's why there's a mysterious area called cable fairing. That's where the spools and Xylon cables are. The ship can break in half, turn the crew compartment around, and spin. That turning around part, that's the weird ring I saw in the hall during my EVA. I remember the design now. It has 2 big hinges on it, allowing the crew compartment to turn around before the centrifuge is active. It's strangely reminiscent of Apollo's spacecraft. The lunar lander was attached below the command module at launch, but they'd separate, turn the command module around, and reconnect with the lander during their trip to the moon. It's one of those things that looks ridiculous, but ends up being the most effective way to solve a problem. I float back up to the cockpit and flip through screens on various consoles. As each one fails to be what I want, I move to the next. Finally, I find it, the centrifuge screen. It was hiding out as a sub-panel in the life support screen. It looks simple enough. There's a yaw, pitch, and roll readouts. There are yaw, pitch, and roll readouts showing the current state of the ship, just like the navigation panel has. A separate readout is labeled crew compartment angle. That must be the turning around bit. Each one reads 0% per second. Below those is a button labeled Engage Centrifuge Sequence. Underneath that are a bunch of numbers related to rotational acceleration rate, final speed, spooling rate, estimated g-force at the floor of the lab, 4 different screens for spool status. I guess there are 4 spools, 2 on each side, with emergency protocols to follow if there's a problem, and a lot more stuff I won't pretend to understand. The important thing is all those readouts have values already in them. Got to love computers. They do all the thinking for you, so you don't have to. I do take a closer look at the energy protocol I do take a closer look at the emergency protocol mode. It just reads spin down. I tap the readout and a drop down appears. Looks like my options are spin down, halt all spools, and one in red labeled separate. I'm pretty sure I don't want to do that. I suspect spin down will slowly decelerate the ship's spin if there's any problem. Sounds good, so I'll leave it set to that. I'm about to engage the centrifuge, but then I pause. Is everything tied down? Is it safe to suddenly have a bunch of force acting on the ship? I shake it off. The ship was accelerating constantly for several years. It has to be comfortable with a little centrifuge action, right? Right? As hundreds of astronauts have done before, I place my faith and my life in the hands of the engineers who designed the system. Dr. Loken, I guess. Hope she did her job. I push the button. First, nothing happens. I wonder if I even pressed it right, or if I just fumbled at the screen like I have so many times on my phone in the past. But then the alert chimes throughout the ship. The piercing triple beep repeats every few seconds. There's no way for any crew members to miss a signal like that. A final warning, I guess, in case the crew had a failure to communicate. Over my head, the petroscope screen changes to lockout mode. That confirms my earlier suspicion that the ship's maneuvering engines are astrophage-based. I mean, it's kind of obvious when you think about it, but I wasn't sure until now. The beeping stops and nothing really happens. Then I notice that I'm closer to the nav panel than I was before. I drift back to the edge of the room. I put my arm out to steady myself and get back to normal. Then I drift toward the nav panel again. Oh, I say, it's begun. I'm not drifting toward the nav panel. The whole cockpit is drifting toward me. The ship is starting to spin. Everything veers off and changes direction. That'll be because as the ship spins, the crew compartment is also turning around. This could get complicated. Right. I kick off the wall and into the pilot seat. I tilt, or rather the room tilts. No, that doesn't make sense. Nothing tilts. The ship is spinning around faster and faster. It's also accelerating the acceleration. Also, the front half of the ship has detached from the rear and is rotating around those two big hinges. When it's done, the nose will be pointed in toward the rear half of the ship. All of this is going on at the same time, so the forces I'm feeling are really weird, extremely complicated stuff, but also not my problem. It's up to the computer to deal with. I watched the centrifuge panel. The pitch rate reads 0.17 degrees per second. Another readout labeled component separation reads 2.4 meters. There's a little beep with the crew compartment angle readout blink. There's a little beep and the crew compartment angle readout blinks. It shows a 180 degrees. I assume this whole sequence was worked out well in advance to minimize shock to the system and or crew. I feel a slight pressure on my butt as the seat pushes up against me. The transition is very smooth. I just experience more and more gravity in what feels like a tilting room. It's a weird sensation. I know logically that I'm in a ship spinning around, but there are no windows to see out of, only screens. I check. My crackers just fell over. Oh my goodness. I check the telescope screen that's still pointed at the blip A. The stars in the background do not move. It's accounting for my rotation somehow and canceling it. That bit of software was probably tricky, considering the camera probably isn't at the exact center of rotation. My arms grow heavy, so I put them on the armrests. I have to start using my neck muscles again for the first time in a while. 5 minutes after the sequence began, I experienced a little less than normal Earth gravity. A quadruple beep announces the end of the sequence. I check the centrifuge screen. It shows a pitch rate of 20.71 degrees per second, a total separation of 104 meters, and a lab gravity of 1 gram of 1 g. 1 g. Oh. The diagram of the ship shows the Hail Mary split into two pieces, the nose of the crew compartment pointed inward toward the other half. The two halves are comically far apart, and the entire system spins slowly. Well, actually pretty fast, but it looks slow at that scale. I unstrap from the chair, walk to the airlock, and open the hatch. The smell of ammonia drifts into the cockpit again, but not nearly as bad as before. The alien artifact lies on the floor. I give it a quick touch with my finger to gauge temperature. It's still pretty warm, but no longer scalding hot. Good. There's no internal heater or weird stuff like that. It just started out really hot. I pick it up. Time to see what this thing is made of and what's inside. Before leaving the cockpit, I take one last look at the telescope screen. I don't know why. I guess I just like to keep track of what extraterrestrial ships in my vicinity are up to. The blip A spins in space. It rotates end over end, probably at the exact same rate as the Hail Mary. I guess they saw me spin up the centrifuge and figured it was another communication thing. Humanity's first miscommunication with an intelligent alien race. Glad I could be a part of it. I set the cylinder on the lab table. Where do I begin? Everywhere. I check to see if it's radioactive with a Geiger counter. It's not. That's nice. I poke it with various things to get a feel for its hardness. It's hard. It looks like metal, but doesn't quite feel like metal. I use a multimeter to see if it's conductive. It isn't. Interesting. I get a hammer and chisel. I want a small chip of the cylinder material for the gas chromatograph. That way I'll know what elements it's made of. After a few smacks with the hammer, the chisel chips. The cylinder isn't even dented. The cylinder is too big to put in the gas chromatograph, but I find a handheld X-ray spectrometer. It looks like a UPC scanner gun. Easy enough to use, and it gives me some idea of what this thing is made of. It's not as accurate as the chromatograph, but better than nothing. After a quick scan, it tells me the cylinder is made of xenon. What? I use the spectrometer on the steel lab table to make sure it's working correctly. It reports iron, nickel, chromium, and so on. Just what it should say. So I check the cylinder again and get the same wacky results as the first test. I tested 4 more times but keep getting the same answer. Why did I run the test so many times? Because those results make no sense at all. Xenon is a noble gas. It doesn't react with anything. It doesn't form bonds with anything. And it's a gas at room temperature, but somehow it's part of the solid material. And no, it's not a cylinder filled with xenon or anything like that. A spectrometer is not a deep penetrating scan. It can only tell you what's on the surface. If I pointed it at a gold-plated nickel, it would say 100% gold because that's all it can see. It can only tell me what the molecules on the surface of the cylinder are made of. Apparently, they're made of xenon. This handheld spectrometer can't detect elements lower than aluminum, so there could be carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, whatever is lurking in there too. But as for elements within the detector's range, I'm looking at pure xenon. How? I plop down onto a stool and stare at the cylinder. What a strange artifact. What do I even call noble gases that react with things? Ignobles? But being flummoxed has one good side effect. It makes me stop my frenzied attack on the cylinder and just look at it. The first time I see there is a thin line running across the circumference about an inch from the top. I feel it with my fingernail. It's definitely an indentation of some kind. Is that a lid? Maybe it just opens. I pick up the cylinder and try to pull off the top. It doesn't budge. On a whim, I try to unscrew it. It also doesn't budge. But there's no reason aliens would follow the righty-tighty, lefty-loosey rule, is there? I turn the lid to the right and it rotates. My heart skips a beat. I keep turning. After 90 degrees, I feel a release. I pull the two chunks apart. Both halves have complicated stuff going on inside. They look like models of some kind. They both feature whisker-thin poles sticking up from their bases, leading to spheres of various sizes. I don't see any moving parts, and everything appears to be made out of the same weird material as the case. I check out the bottom half first. Have to start somewhere. A single whisker holds up. An abstract sculpture? It's a marble-sized sphere with a BB-sized sphere, each held in place by thinner whiskers branching off the main vertical trunk. There's also an oddly parabolic shape connecting the tops of the two spheres. This whole thing looks familiar to me. Why? Petrovaline, I blurt out. I've seen that arc shape enough times to know it by heart. My heart races. I point to the large sphere. So you must be a star, and the little guy must be a planet. These aliens are aware of astrophage, or at least they're aware of the Petrovaline, but that doesn't really tell me anything. They're in an astrophage-powered ship, so of course they know about astrophage. And we're chatting in a solar system that has a Petrovaline, so that's not surprising either. This might be their home system for all I know. This is a good start, though. We were talking by flashing our engines, so they know I use astrophage and that I can see, with help from the ship, the Petrova frequency. From that, they concluded I must be able to see the Petrova line. They're smart. I look at the other half of the doohickey. Dozens of whiskers rise from the base. They're all different lengths, and each one ends in a sphere less than a millimeter across. I poke a whisker with my finger and it doesn't bend. I press harder and harder. Eventually, the whole doohickey slides on the table. Those whiskers are stronger than anything that thin should be. I guess xenon makes pretty strong material when you get it to react with things. It infuriates my tender scientist's heart. I try to put it out of my head and get back to the task at hand. I count 31 whiskers, each one with its little sphere at the end. While counting, I spot something special. There's one whisker sticking out from the exact center of the disc, but unlike the others, it's not connected to a sphere. I squint to get a good look at it. Instead of a single sphere, it's two spheres of different sizes and an arc. Okay, I see. It's a very small replica of the Petrova line model on the other half of the doohickey. Maybe 1/20th the scale. And that little Petrovaline model has an even thinner whisker connecting it to another sphere at the tip of a different whisker. No, not quite a sphere. It's another Petrovaline model. I scour the rest of the doohickey for any more of them, but I don't see any. Just the one in the middle and the one off to the side. Wait a minute. I pull out the drawer that has the lab computer panel in it. Time to make use of that virtually infinite reference material. I find a huge spreadsheet with the information I need, bring it into Excel. Strott loves well-tested off-the-shelf products, and do a bunch of operations on it. Soon I have the data plot I wanted, and I matches. Stars. The little spheres on the end of the whiskers are stars. Of course they are. What else would have a Petrovaline? But they're not just any old stars. These are specific stars. They're all in the correct relative positions to one another, with Tau Ceti right in the center. The map's point of view is kind of odd. To make the spheres match my data plot of star locations, I have to hold doohickey at a 30-degree angle and kind of rotate it around a bit. Of course, all of Earth's data is based on Earth's orbitable plane being the reference point. People from a different planet would have a different coordinate system, but no matter how you look at it, the end result is the same. The doohickey is a map of the local stars. Then I'm suddenly very interested in the little filament connecting the center sphere, Tau Ceti, to another sphere. I check the corresponding car in my catalog. It's called 40 Eridani, but I bet the crew of the Blip A call it home. That's the message. We're from the 40 Eridani system, and now we're here at Tau Ceti. But there's even more to it than that. They're also saying 40 Eridani has a Petrovaline, just like Tau Ceti. I stop to let that sink in. Are you in the same boat? I say. Of course they are. Astrophage is getting at all the local stars. These people are from a planet orbiting 40 Eridani, and 40 Eridani is infected just like Earth's sun. They have some pretty good science going on, so they did the same thing we did. Make a ship and go to Tau Ceti to see why it's not dying. Holy cow, I say. Yes, I'm jumping to a conclusion there. Maybe they harvest astrophage from their Petrovaline and consider it a boon. Maybe they invented astrophage. Maybe they just think Petrovalines are pretty. There are a bunch of different things this could mean, but the most likely, in my admittedly biased position, is that they're here to find a solution. Aliens. Actual aliens. Aliens from the 40 Eridani system. So I guess that makes them Eridanians? Hard to say, even harder to remember. Eridans? No. How about Iridians? It sounds kind of like iridium, which is one of the cooler sounding elements on the periodic table. Yeah, I'm going to call them Iridians. I think it's pretty obvious how I should respond. I thoroughly searched the lab a few days ago. There's an electronics kit in one of the drawers. The trick is remembering which one. I don't remember, of course. It takes me a while searching and not quite swearing while I do it, but I eventually find it. I don't have any xenonite. That's what I'm calling this weird alien compound, and no one can stop me. But I do have solder and a soldering iron. I break off a little piece of solder, melt one end, and stick it to the Tau Ceti sphere. It sticks pretty well, which is a relief. You never know with xenonite. I check, double check, and triple check to make sure I correctly identify which one of the little stars in the model is Sol, Earth's sun. I soldered the other side of the wire to Sol. I search the lab until I find some hard paraffin. With some poking, open flames, and mild swearing, I'm able to make a really poor approximation of the Petrovaline icon they sent me. I smush it onto Sol in the model. It looks all right, at least good enough that they should get the idea. I take a look. The sleek, thin lines of the xenonite whiskers are ruined by my crooked, blob-ended solder addition and crappy wax model. It's like someone added a crayon drawing into the corner of a Da Vinci, but it will have to do. I try to screw the top and bottom of the doohickey back together. They refuse to mate. I try again. It still doesn't work. I remember that Iridians use left-handed threading in their screws, so I do what, to me, is an unscrewing motion. The two pieces connect perfectly. Time to throw it back at them, politely. Except I can't. Not with the ship spinning around like this. If I had to step out of the airlock, I'd go flying into space. I grab the doohickey and climb up to the control room. I strap myself into the chair and order the ship to spin down. Like last time, I feel the room tilt, though this time it tilts the other way. And again, I know it's not actually tilting, it's my perception of the lateral acceleration being applied, but whatever. I feel the gravity decrease in the room and the tilt of the room reduce until I'm back in 0G again. This time there's no disorientation. I guess my lizard brain has made its peace with the fact that gravity comes and goes. The operation ends with the final clunk, and the reoriented crew compartment seats into the rear half of the ship. I get back in the Eva suit, grab the doohickey, and head out into space once again. I don't need to work my way across the hull and tethers this time. I just clip my tether in the airlock. The blip A has stopped spinning. Probably did it when the Hail Mary stopped, and it's still 217 meters away. I don't have to be Joe Montana to make this pass. I just need to set the doohickey in motion toward the blip A. It's over 100 meters across. I should be able to hit it. I give the doohickey a shove. It floats away from me at a reasonable speed, maybe 2 meters per second, roughly a jogging pace. This is communication of a sort, too. I'm telling my new friends that I can handle slightly faster deliveries. The doohickey floats off toward the Iridian ship, and I head back into mine. Okay, guys, I say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If astrophage is your enemy, I'm your friend. I watch the telescope screen. Occasionally I look away. Sometimes I play Klondike Solitaire on the nav panel, but I never go more than a few seconds without checking the telescope. A thick pair of gloves, harvested from the lab earlier, tries to float away. I grab them and wedge them behind the pilot's seat. It's been 2 hours and my alien friends haven't had anything to say. Are they waiting for me to say something else? I just told them what star I'm from. It's their turn to say something, right? Did they even have a concept of taking turns? Or is that a purely human thing? What if Iridians have a lifespan of 2 million years and waiting a century to reply is considered polite? How am I going to get rid of this red 7 on the rightmost pile? I don't have any black 8s in my deck and movement. I spin to the telescope screen so fast that my legs float out into the middle of the control room. There's another cylinder coming my way. I guess the many-armed hull robot thing threw it just a moment ago. I check the radar screen. Blip B is plugging along at over a meter per second. I only have a few minutes to suit up. I get back into the Eva suit and cycle the airlock. Once I open the outer door, I spot the cylinder tumbling end over end. Might be the same one as before, might be new. And this time, it's headed straight for the airlock. I guess they saw that's where I exited and re-entered the ship and decided to make things easier for me. Very considerate of them. They're accurate, too. A minute later, the cylinder floats right through the center of the open hatchway. I catch it, I wave to the blip A, and close the hatch. They probably don't know what a wave is, but I felt compelled to do it. I return to the control room and wriggle out of the EVA suit, leaving the cylinder to float near the airlock. The ammonia smell is powerful, but this time I'm ready for it. I put the thick lab gloves on and grab the cylinder. Even through the fireproof gloves, I can feel the warmth. I know I should wait for it to cool down, but I don't want to. It looks the same as before. I unscrew it the same left-handed way. This time, there's no star map. Instead, it's a model. What am I looking at here? A single post from the base holds up an irregular shape. No, 2 irregular shapes connected by a tube. Hey, wait. One of the shapes is the Hail Mary. And the other one is the blip A. The models have no detail or texture, but they're good enough for me to recognize what they represent. So they did their job. The Hail Mary is only 3 inches long, while the blip A is closer to 8 inches. Man, that ship is huge. And that tube connecting them, it connects to the Hail Mary's airlock and leads to the center of the Blip A's diamond-shaped segment. The tunnel is just wide enough to cover my airlock door. They want to meet. And that is the end of chapter 8. We have the beginning of chapter 9. And that's where I'm going to end it for today. We will be back on stream tomorrow. It'll be Kaylee this time because I'm going to give her the information so she can read. But we're getting closer. Look at that. Look how far we got. That's progress. That's progress right there. We're doing great, guys. But yeah, thanks for coming. See you tomorrow.